All right, we're live. What's going on, everybody? Who we 186 back again with another tier list. We are doing consoles now, and as you can see, obviously you guys know traditionalist 101.
Yes, the Traditionalist 101, you know how it is. Got to keep the tradition going, you know what I'm saying?
All right, and obviously, if you guys know the podcast,
Oh,
Malta's been one of our our top. I would say he's the top fan of the podcast. So Malta, introduce yourself.
hey, what's up? It's Malta.
All right.
You know who you sound like when you just said that? You sound like Scott Hall.
Dude, Scott Hall, man.
Yeah.
Rest in
And
peace.
Rest in peace, man.
yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. All right. And new to the podcast, this dude, we've known this dude since high school. One of the smartest dudes I know. BHC Dark. Introduce yourself, bro.
Let's go. That's BHCxDark. You can find me Twitch, YouTube, uh, Twitter, Facebook. Find me all over the place. I stream almost 5 days a week. So let's get it.
All right, good. All right.
Good.
All right. So since we are doing a console tier list, and like you said, we've all, our gaming journey is different. Before we get to that, let's talk about kind of like the current state of console gaming. I believe I'm the only one here that owns an Xbox and a PlayStation, and everyone else. Well, and you, I know you have a Switch in the house, but Steve, but everyone else has Switches. So, like, what is your thoughts on the current state of gaming? Anyone can go first. It's up to you guys.
I guess I'll go. Currently, the gaming, what the direction where the gaming is going has me a little flustered and a little worried because you know how I felt about what happened last gen.
Mm,
When it comes to last gen, I didn't buy a console. I didn't buy a PlayStation 4 or an Xbox because I just didn't like the direction where the gaming industry was going with the games not being completed, with all the microtransactions, and I just wasn't feeling it. But this generation, like there's so many games that's coming out. I've been really impressed with all the graphics, and I've been impressed with some of the gameplay footage I've been seeing. We actually talked about Gamescom just a few days ago,
yeah.
in our podcast, and I was really excited with all the games that's been coming out. Some of the games look really revolutionary, like one of the games like Hellcat, where it's a 3D game, but it also transitioned into 2D, which I think the only game that really has done that has been Sonic. I don't remember any other game has done a transition like that. If you guys know, let me know. But I am looking forward with all and hyped with all the games that's been coming out. And yeah, I think so far I'm still in the position of trying to get a PS5 and an Xbox, similar to you, Hoovy.
Mm-hmm.
It's just so hard to get one. It's just really difficult to get my hands on one. But I'm happy with the Switch. So
Okay. Um, I mean, Dark, you can go if you want.
Yeah, let's get it. I gotta tell you, I haven't been a really big like avid console player for a great many years. I still keep up with all the latest news, all the latest technologies, everything that's coming out. The last major console that I owned was a PlayStation 3, that far back.
wow,
Um, and like I
same
said,
here.
I do own a Nintendo Switch myself. That's a white OLED, and I love it. I got some great games on it. Picked up all the Zeldas on it, which I'm a huge Zelda fan. Um, but for me, I've really made a that transition over to PC gaming, and I've definitely seen a a greater focus on PC, especially now that you're starting to see these what used to be console exclusives
Yeah.
are being released on PC. I
Yeah,
myself picked up God of War for the PC when it first dropped earlier this year,
Yeah.
and then I did the same the moment Spider-Man dropped. I have that as well, and
Okay.
you can't beat it, man. The ability to have a superior hardware compared to the home consoles just allow the game to reach heights that could not be reached
On
on say a
console.
PlayStation 5 or a Series S, or
Yeah.
Series X Xbox. You just can't.
Yeah.
Plus, you got the added feature of mods, so you can customize the game any which way you'd like. You can, depending on the game, you can do that on some console. I know the console release for Skyrim, when they released the what was it called,
I know what you're talking about. I don't remember.
like the creators
Yeah.
box or whatever the hell it was called.
Yeah.
And you had like limited selection to like user created content,
Yeah.
which was free to download. But on PC, I mean, the world's your oyster. You can do whatever the hell you want with the game, far beyond even what the original developers thought of to do.
Yeah.
Like there's one guy who created a mod for Skyrim, which is now over 11 years old. The game itself is over 11 years old. That makes the game playable as if it was Dark Souls.
Oh wow.
As opposed to a first person type of adventure game. They turn into a Dark Souls type of game. And you're like, whoa, like they can actually do this? They did.
That's pretty crazy.
What, didn't that happen with Dota? Wasn't Dota first was just a creation by some average Joe, and then
there's been a lot of games over the years, and we're talking about decades now, that originally started out as like somebody's pet project, and the original like developers took wind of it, and they're like, yo, what these guys are doing is far beyond anything we ever came up with. Let's go in, let's give them, some room, let's give them some funding, let's give them some time to really polish this. A great example of that is actually Counter-Strike. If you guys remember Counter-Strike.
Oh, yes.
The original Counter-Strike started out as a mod for the original Half-Life. Valve saw what these guys were doing with Counter-Strike and said, no. We need to get these guys on our side, and basically gave them the space, the time, and the money, and said, turn this into something great. And that's where we got Counter-Strike from.
That's crazy, because Counter-Strike, that's a big game on.
It's still played all around the world. I mean, now you have a global offensive. 1.6 is still being played globally.
Yeah.
So it's like, dude, it's still relevant even now, where small developers who started out making simple mods for whatever X game that came out, and they end up creating something on their own, and it becomes this huge thing.
Yeah, that's true. Malta, what about you, bro? I know you've been, you've kind of gone back to, you're more of a retro gamer than we are. At least you're more of a retro gamer than most people are. Malta, you there? All right, I don't think he's there.
Yeah, bro.
Oh, he's here.
Okay. Yeah. So what's your thoughts on the current state of of console gaming right now?
Hey, bro, I'm sorry. I don't even play video games anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's right. You quit.
I feel like the TR, because like I did play them when I was a kid, so like I had a lot, so I I have a lot of like insight and shit. That's why I want to do it.
Okay, so you completely quit or boycotted video games now?
Boycotted? Nah, bro. What? I'm just not playing them at the moment. That's it for like months now. That's it.
Got you.
All right, that happens.
All right. So my thoughts on console gaming is very conflicted, right? Because I still enjoy the hobby. Like I said, I have an Xbox, I have a PlayStation. I still enjoy. Like I was talking to you guys about Multiverses, playing that.
Mm-hmm.
But like you said, like I know since Dark, you've been gaming on PC, and everything you said was correct. And I feel like, while I understand where you're feeling, to me, I feel like console gaming is losing its identity. You know what I mean? Like I feel like console gaming is losing what made it special, and to me, it's not about, like people talk about like deals and subscription services and controllers and all the other the features and all that stuff, which are important, but the most important thing, especially when we go back and look at these consoles, is the games.
Yeah, for sure.
The games that make console gaming worth it. Like you said, like if you can play everything on everything, you should just go and get the best available version to play, and that's on PC.
Right.
Easy. So what makes buying a console worth it? You know what I mean? I know
You're right.
Multi-Dog agrees with me. You know what I mean? But yeah, but like, what makes console gaming worth it? Like, oh, just because and all this is mainly just fanboys and shit like that. But they're like, oh well, Microsoft, they give you Game Pass and all this other stuff, and I'm like, yeah, like playing a whole bunch of games for a lower price is cool, but I don't mind paying for quality, and
Exactly.
yeah, and I'm gonna get the highest quality on PC.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that is the case. It used to be where you would find the highest quality, or at least the highest quality version of a game. I mean, you can go back to the SNES and the Genesis era when 16-bit first came out. The original Mortal Kombat had the superior version on the SNES.
Mm-hmm.
It played better, had better frame rate, and that was the one that was used for like little like mini tournaments and the neighborhoods and whatnot. That was the version that was used. No one really played the Genesis version, even though both games came out at the exact same time. So in that regard, you definitely looked at that quality. You're looking for the one that gave you the most bang for your buck, and usually one console did succeed over the other.
Wait, the Mortal Kombat you're talking about the original, right?
The OG original Mortal Kombat came out in like what, or early 90s?
Yeah, very early 90s.
So we're talking about over 20 years ago, damn near 30 now.
Yeah, but didn't these Genesis version, wasn't that the one that had blood?
It was the SNES version had blood. At least I think so.
I could have sworn you said movie back in the day that the Super Nintendo didn't want blood in it or something like that. No,
that's what I thought.
You might have to double check that, but I still remember that was the version that did play quicker.
No,
it was the one most people were playing was the SNES version.
Okay.
Yeah, let me look. Let me look at it. Because it wouldn't surprise me if the Super Nintendo version was the better version, because obviously the Super was a stronger console.
Mm-hmm.
But I do remember that the Genesis version was the one that had the blood in it.
Okay. I mean, I could be wrong. Like I said, it's almost 30 years ago.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Ooh, jeez.
I know, right?
Where does the time go, man?
That's gone as far as it goes. Gone.
So you decided to no longer purchase consoles anymore because you just felt the PC was the superior version.
Well, at least in my regard, starting to see that. I mean, they were just talking about this. I think it was like a week ago or so. Someone found some code in Spider-Man when it was released for the PC. There's actually lines of code that reference Sony releasing their own PlayStation launcher similar to like Steam for the PC that only caters to PlayStation games that you can then purchase and download only on PC.
Wow.
So, and the launcher doesn't even exist yet, but the fact that code already exists in the game shows that not only is this an idea that they're working on, but it's something that they plan on implementing in the future.
Got it. Okay. Sounds cool.
All right, so he's got it on the screen right now that the Genesis port of Mortal Kombat plays faster than the SNES, being noticeably more responsive. Okay, so I had it backwards, even though I had technical shortcomings.
Yeah, because so yeah, but obviously from 2 onward, they were pretty much Oh
yeah, no, they were pretty much exact from 2 forward. Yeah, agreed.
Are you able to are you able to click on that photo or no?
Let me see. Hold on. Let me bring it back.
The side by side one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I should.
Okay.
Let me make this bigger.
Okay, so I see the Super Nintendo on the left, Genesis on the right. So you can definitely see there's a color change. You can look in the background. The colors are more vibrant on the Genesis. The dragon symbol is gold as opposed to like a silver color on the left. So I can definitely say that the characters actually don't look all that different.
No,
Right.
It's mostly doing with the background itself.
Yeah.
to be honest with you, I would the look. If I'm just looking at from the look standpoint, I
Mhm.
actually prefer the Super Nintendo version of it. But I do like the fact that they look different.
Oh yeah, no, it's because you could definitely, it's obvious you can tell the difference between the two.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That's awesome. Wow. All right.
Oh, that was way back in the day. Jesus Christ,
Jeez, man.
But
making me feel old.
yeah, yeah. So like when it comes to like how I feel about console gaming now, I just feel like it's slowly but surely losing its identity, and I don't know if it can go back to what it used to be. You know what I mean? And I get it. Like not everyone can afford to buy multiple consoles at once. I get it. But I prefer to have different experiences on different boxes.
I completely agree. I mean, there should at least be that option, but unfortunately, the state of the way people absorb entertainment nowadays, they're gonna want it quickly. They're gonna want the superior version, the best looking version. I mean, for God's sakes, it was like a couple months ago. I saw this tech demo for Unreal Engine 5,
Yeah.
which I think it's only been used in maybe like a handful of games so far. But this tech demo showed like a moss covered, kind of like old like railway station, and you're looking at it and you're like, they're telling me this is a game, but it looked so photorealistic you swore you were actually there.
Yeah.
Like that's how high quality it was, not just the design wise, but just the fact that they got the colors, the lighting, just the little details, stuff that, looking with your regular eyes, you're like, it's a passing fancy. It's not something that really catches your eye. But to have it thrown at you and look at how real this actually is, and you sit there and go, like you couldn't tell the difference between what was real and what isn't.
Yeah.
We're almost to the point where video games are now going to be so photorealistic that you can't tell the difference. And now with the advent of virtual reality, which I actually have an Oculus Quest 2 myself.
Oh, okay.
So.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I have a Quest 2.
Okay.
So I know what VR is going to be in the future. It's basically going to be like the Matrix. Everyone's just going to be jacked in. They're going to be their perfect selves whenever they're jacked in to whatever virtual world it is, while their real body is basically just kept alive, through artificial means, and their mind is what's going to be connected to this new world. Yeah. And you're not going to be able to tell the difference.
I don't know if I can get into VR. I might throw off.
I will tell you right now, depending on how it is, like even right now, like I'm still coming down from a cold I had.
Yeah.
If I was to put the VR headset right now, I would pass out on my floor right now.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Because your eyes will trick you into thinking you are where you see yourself at, when in reality you're just standing in your living room. Yeah. Or you even could just be sitting down, but your eyes will make your brain think that you're actually there wherever there is.
Yeah. So.
Oh, that sounds scary, dude.
It can be.
That sounds really scary. That sounds like the that movie. What's that movie was called from Ryan Reynolds? He was in that video game.
Free Guy.
What you're talking about.
Free Guy, right? Was it?
Yeah,
Free Guy?
Yeah, where you played in a video game, except he was an NPC in a video game.
Right. Yeah.
It's basically like Free Guy.
Yes, that movie was fantastic, by the way.
Oh, I love that movie.
Oh, I loved it. You seen the movie?
No.
Of course not.
You gotta see that. It's great, man. Like Ryan Reynolds is great in everything he does.
Yeah.
But that particular movie is really good. It has so many video game references.
Yeah.
In it. And not just apparent ones, like even stuff in the background. I spent the entire time like, ooh, there's another one, just pointing out stuff that I recognize from other games.
I'll check it out. You guys convinced me. I'll check it out.
We definitely got, and another one you should check out too. This is very similar to what we're just talking about. Is Ready Player One.
I actually saw the ending.
You saw that? Okay, you need to see the whole movie. Very, very good.
Yeah, I'll check it out. So
Cool.
That
All right,
movie's very
so-
similar to what we're talking about too.
Okay.
VR gaming and all that, and blurring the line between what's real and what's not.
Yeah. All right. Well, most is gone right now. I don't know if he'll come back, but yeah. But let's get started with the tier list.
Right on.
You have yours, right? You have yours available.
Yeah, I got mine.
Okay. Hey, what about you, Dark? You got yours?
That kind of sort of. I have it in front of me. I haven't really started sorting it out, but I already know where it's going in the top spot for me.
Okay. Okay. All right. So you've used StreamYard before?
I have not. No.
No. Okay. On you should see on the bottom of your screen a bunch of notifications when you want to share your tier list. Just put share,
Right.
and it'll give you some options, and I control it, so I'll pop it up on the screen so everyone can see it.
Okay. Not a problem.
Okay, so you're the one that started with the oldest console first, which is the Atari 2600. So just talk about it a little bit and kind of where would you put it?
Well, for me, I would put the Atari. It definitely wouldn't be like top shelf because compared to obviously nowadays, graphics, the controller style, a lot of that stuff is outdated by decades now. However, I would definitely place it on like the A tier just for the historical aspect of it. It was, that one home console. It was very simple, joystick and a single button, and it got you there. It had its heyday. Don't get me wrong, and definitely better stuff came after. But from a historical standpoint, like it definitely deserves to be on a higher level compared to some of the other consoles there are.
Okay. Let me get to the timeline. Let me get to the timeline thing first. Let me get rid of this. Hold on a second. Let me show you the timeline. Like it was the first. It was the fourth console ever released.
Yes.
So let's go to it. All right. So you had the Fairchild.
Is it the Atari with the brown console?
Yeah, the 2600. You can see it right there.
Yeah.
Yes, I remember seeing it when I was really, really, really young, but I never got a chance to play anything. I just remember seeing it in person, like somebody had it.
Yeah, this console was what made like Pong and Space Invaders the names that they are in the home, because they actually had them for this console. Like you used to only go to an arcade, so you had to leave the house to go play Pong, leave the house to go play Space Invaders. The Atari 2600 brought those games home, and that was the one that did it.
Yeah. So, and these are the other consoles that came out before. You can see there's a similar style, similar look to it, but the Atari 2600, like you said, it was simple. It was simple and it connected.
Yeah, and look at how many units were sold. I mean, the first three total barely break 300,000. Atari sitting at 30 million.
Yeah.
Whoa, 30 million.
So it's a huge jump. Huge.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, it was groundbreaking. So you have Atari 2600 at A.
Yeah, I have it at the A tier. On my A tier, I also got like the original NES, the Sega.
Are you able to share your
Yeah,
you know how to share it?
Yeah.
Let's hold on. We'll get to the other console in a second. Let's go one by one based on. But did you use the 5200 or the 7600?
No, I did not. No, I did not have those. I didn't get my next home console until I got my original Nintendo Entertainment System, the NES.
Oh, okay.
That one I used to have a stack of games about 4 feet tall.
Wow, man!
Used to have a lot of games for that one.
You were lucky. How in the world were you able to get so many games?
Luck is the word. Luck is the word.
Man, that's
fantastic.
I mean,
since we're at it, what were your thoughts on the Nintendo?
Well, the NES, it was great. Not only because there were so many games available from so many different developers, like that. You also had games that even nowadays are still referenced, like the original Mario Brothers. Yeah. That's where it came from.
Right.
The original Super Mario Brothers, where now I think the world record is under 5 minutes in beating the game. People are still playing this, trying to beat that time. on an NES, and and so many great gaming franchises started there. Mario, Zelda, Metroid, Gauntlet. Like you had so many games start out there. Metal Gear
Yeah.
started out on the NES.
And
So there's
I didn't know that until after after the Solid came out. I'm thinking
Mhm.
I heard that this is a sequel to the Nintendo game. I'm like, what?
Yep.
So I looked that up, and you're right. The library of games on that console is legendary.
It's legendary. So it's difficult to find another console that had so many quality titles come out for it. Not till really, you got the SNES, which had great titles for it too. But the NES was really the one that blew up the quickest and turned home console into what it is today.
Yeah.
It started there. Like, yeah, the Atari was kind of like the grandfather, kind of bringing games into the home.
Yeah.
But the original Nintendo was the one that made it blow up, and it became a household name. I mean, you guys have heard the joke of like older parents saying, "Oh, turn the Nintendo off," and you got a PlayStation, you got that. That's where it came from, man. It came from the NES. So that's where that phrase comes from.
That's funny.
That's
you
what
say
it
that.
was.
They do associate Nintendo with every, regardless of what platform that you had.
That didn't matter.
If you had, it didn't matter. Turn off that Nintendo, or you're always playing Nintendo. Go read a book. You're always
Exactly.
playing Nintendo. Yes.
Turn off that Nintendo, or put the Nintendo away. Didn't matter what you had in your hand. It was always the Nintendo.
Right.
All right.
That's what it was.
So my tier list, I have the Nintendo at the. Let me get to it. I have it at the A tier.
That's where I put mine. Yeah.
Yeah, I put mine at the A tier. Like I said, it's the console that I think revolutionized console gaming in general.
100% agreed.
Yeah, just Mario. The first time I played Tetris, and it was just I never owned it, but it was an introduction of gaming for me.
Mm-hmm.
And just looking at the sprites of Mario and just being mesmerized by it, it was just it truly is a landmark console for gaming. So
Yes.
it's A for me.
Yeah, definitely agree on that.
Yeah. What about you, Steve?
All right. So for me, man, I wish I did it much ahead of time. Let me see if I could find it. Oh man. Oh, here it is. All right, got it. I am going to put in the exact same place you guys did.
Mm-hmm.
I'm putting it on the 8. The very, very first game I played was the duck hunting game.
Yeah.
I remember that.
Absolute classic.
Yes, that was the first game I ever played, and it was in my next door neighbor's house. I was in Orlando at the time, and all I would do is just beg my mom and my dad, "Can I go over to my next door neighbor house so I could play some more duck hunt?" And then we played Mario, and then we played there was another game he had. He had this fighting game. I can't remember what it was, but it was similar to Street Fighter, where you only were able to choose 2 characters. But it wasn't Street Fighter though. And then we had a soccer game that I played, and a couple of other games. But I was blown away with that console, blown away. And even till this day, I could still play it. I could still play Mario. I could still play the Donkey Kong and Mario game. Like, the game is just phenomenal. So I have to put on an A.
Agreed.
Yeah. Plus, to me personally, I think it's the best looking Nintendo console they ever made, in my opinion.
That's a bit debatable.
That's very debatable.
Like, don't get me wrong, it's got a very classic look. It's got a very, that 80s vibe. Everything's got sharp corners. It's got that two-tone black and gray finish. Yeah. It looks cool. It looks of its day. But for me, when it comes to actual looks, not for nothing, the SNES did have a beat.
You think so? I
think so.
We'll discuss it as we get further.
Right.
But did any of you guys play the Sega Master System? I never used it.
I've
tried it like once or twice, but I never actually owned a Master System.
No, I never knew what that was. I just learned what that is because of you.
Bro? Like, yeah, it pretty much is Sega's version of Nintendo, right? Like, it's pretty much their version of it.
Wow, so that came before the Genesis?
Well, yeah, that became before the Genesis. Yeah,
Mhm.
Wow,
it
I
came
didn't
out.
know.
Yeah, it came out 2 years after the Nintendo, like
Mhm.
1985. It came out.
Wow.
It did fairly well. Like it sold 13 million, but compared to 61 million,
Yeah, it kind of hard to beat.
yeah, yeah. All right,
Okay.
so let's start off with the Sega Genesis.
Right. The Genesis.
Yeah.
I put the Genesis on the A tier
Hmm.
simply because yes, it was Sega's counter to the SNES was the Sega Genesis.
Yeah,
They were both that 16-bit console. And don't get me wrong, I love me some Sonic 1 and 2, 3, Hell Sonic and Knuckles. That was all the Genesis era right there.
Yes.
But the Genesis also had some other great games that you could not find on a Nintendo console,
yeah,
but you found them on the Genesis. So it was great, but for me, I still put on the A tier because out of the two consoles, the SNES is the one that has the most franchises that are still relevant today
yeah.
compared to the Genesis, where really all they got is Sonic.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true.
I mean, it's unfortunate because don't get me wrong, there were some great games on the Genesis, but in terms of like that longevity, that lasting factor, Sonic is really the only one that they came up with that was like that's their golden boy was Sonic the Hedgehog. And don't get me
Mhm.
wrong, he's great. Had some great games, others not so great on the newer generations. Just had 2 movies come out, which I thought were great. So they're definitely doing Sonic some justice finally. But in terms of that longevity, that birthplace of really valuable IPs,
Yeah.
yeah, the SNES did a much better job.
Okay. All right. Let me show you mine.
All right.
Um, okay. I have the Sega Genesis at a B. Right. I
Okay.
will. Yeah. To
Whoa.
me, this is in my personal opinion, this is the best looking console ever made.
All
I
right.
love the look of the console. I love the look of the console. The
Okay.
controller is fine. Like I said, I'll discuss that a little bit later. The controller is fine. The games they have great games on there, right? Like
Yeah.
Columns. I love Columns.
Hmm.
I like the original. I like Sonic to an extent. I don't.
No, no, no. Tell
I
the
don't.
truth. Tell the truth.
I
Tell the
don't think.
truth.
No. These are where the best Sonic games are at. This console right here.
For
Right?
sure.
Yeah.
Agreed.
But there's other games like Kid Chameleon. I love playing that. Road Rash. Love playing that. The sports games on there like Prime Time '97. I remember playing
Hmm.
that. Excellent. I really like this console a lot. Now, obviously, I was a Super Nintendo guy,
Hmm.
so but I respect this console greatly. So I'm putting this solidly in the B tier.
Okay.
So what were you trying to say about the controller?
I
Yeah.
like the controller. I like it. It's fine. It's fine. But I will tell
Hmm.
you. I will tell you why. I will tell you my biggest problem with the controller in a second.
Oh, in a second.
Yeah.
Okay.
But what's
Okay.
your Have you ever used a Sega? I know you used a Sega Genesis before, right?
Yeah, of course.
Hmm.
So what's your where's it at?
Before I continue, real quickly, why is it a B and not an A?
I'll tell you why.
Oh, you told me why.
Yeah, I'll tell
Okay.
you why in a second.
All right. So man, I'm really surprised that you gave it a B. Really surprised. Because this thing, uh, hold on, that's the wrong one. Okay, can you guys see this?
Uh,
Oh
no,
wait,
yeah,
No.
share right now. Share right now.
share. Okay, so this is where I put it.
Mhm.
I'm giving it
And
an
the
S.
S.
Wow.
I'm,
Okay.
Wow. Okay.
All
Okay.
I'm,
right.
I'm giving the Sega Genesis an S. Now, I played the Super Nintendo first, and that was the very first console that I owned. My mom, who again we was in Orlando at this time, she had a best friend, her best friend, and I call her auntie. I call her mom sometimes too.
Hmm.
And her kids had the Sega Genesis. They would come over to my place to play the Super Nintendo, we would all go over to their house and play, Sonic. And I love Sonic One, I love Sonic Two, I love Sonic Three. I played like all the fighting games that they had. Like
Hmm.
I think Eternal Champions was one of them. Obviously, Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat. We played there. All the beat 'em ups, that was there.
Right.
I freaking love that console, and that was actually one of if I this was one of the reasons why I just wish I was older back then, because if I were, I would have definitely had owned two consoles, both of those consoles. The way how I feel about the Super Nintendo is the way I feel about the Sega. It was really great. I loved the games. I thought graphically, it was fine. Not as great as the Super Nintendo, in my opinion, but I needed.
Wait. You said it's not as wait. What did you say was not as good as Super Nintendo?
I think on some games graphically it was not as great, but other games I think it were.
Okay.
I thought they were very. As far as when it comes to competition, I think the Sega Genesis and the Super Nintendo were really like competitive. Like
Hmm.
it was really close, like neck and neck, with those two consoles for me.
I think that was probably the only generation where that competition was at its closest between
Yes,
two rival consoles.
Yeah.
Since then, there's been a give or take, but I think between the SNES and the Genesis, that's where it was at its closest,
yes,
where one couldn't really beat the other. A lot of them had the same games. Some of them had their better games. Some had the other ones, and it was just neck and neck all the way through to the end.
right, absolutely. So I had to give it an S because I was 100% satisfied because I'm truly remember vividly how I constantly wanted to go over to the house just so I could play some Sonic.
Man,
Yeah,
Yeah.
crazy. All right.
I respect it. I respect it.
You're there, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have an opinion on the Nintendo or the Super Nintendo or the Genesis?
Yeah, they're great.
Straight to the point.
This guy went straight to the point. Yeah.
All right. So you Steve, you asked me why, the questions about the Sega Genesis, right?
Yeah.
And I'm gonna tell you why. Right? With the Super Nintendo, listen, I was a Nintendo guy back then. I know it's weird it's weird now to say that, but at the time I was a Nintendo guy, right?
You a Nintendo hater now.
Yeah. Well, regardless of that, the Super Nintendo is an S tier console.
That's where I put it too.
Yeah. Here's the thing: the Sega Genesis, it was a very good console. It was a great console, but here's the problem: it had 3 less buttons, and the Super Nintendo had better games, in my opinion. Better games, better looking games. It was the definitive 16-bit console, in my opinion. In my opinion, right? The list goes on and on. Like Street Fighter, Killer Instinct, um, you know, playing baseball games, basketball games, football games, everything. I played on my first RPG. I played on Super Nintendo. Is also the reason why I hate RPGs, but that's another story. Playing a whole slew of Mario games, including the definitive version of Super Mario Brothers 3. Well, actually, I don't know if they have a re-release version of it, but yeah, but playing this here, playing Mario World, Mario Kart. Dude, I can, dude. If I can list all the great memories I have in the Super Nintendo, I would. This will be like a 3-hour podcast.
True. And I will tell you this: if you ever look at some of these, like IGN lists or GameFAQs lists of top 100 games or top, like 200 games or whatever, if you look at the top 10 lists, they are usually occupied by 1 to sometimes more Super Nintendo games.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, that is a fact. You see it continuously again and again. There's always, a yearly top something list, and there's always Super Nintendo games in the top 10 list every single time without fail.
Yeah.
And there's a reason for that. It just had the better titles, more better titles. I'm not saying the Genesis didn't have a lot of good games, because it did.
Absolutely.
But in terms of the amount of these, top tiered, very fondly remembered game titles, that the SNES had more of them.
Yeah.
Dude, I freaking regret so badly selling that shit, man.
It's a
Oh my,
classic.
bro, I'm gonna buy that shit. I'm gonna buy a whole bunch of games I didn't even have before, bro.
Get
Oh
an
my, I'm
See if
gonna
you can
get
get
one,
an SNES Mini. I will tell you that thing is absolutely worth it.
bro. Yeah, so I don't have to pay all that money, dude.
Nope.
Jesus
You
Christ,
get
bro.
one console, hundreds of games at the tap of a button, bro. Can't beat it.
Yep,
That's
yep,
a
yep.
good.
I actually
Also,
got to try
Thanks.
out an SNES Mini
mhm,
recently, and it was great. Like it was literally this big,
yeah,
connects straight to the TV, and you're using an actual SNES controller, not some aftermarket garbage, but
yeah,
a real SNES controller, and playing real Super Nintendo games off of a mini Super Nintendo, and it was great.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
That's
Yeah,
definitely a go-to.
plus the controller, modernized is the modernized gaming as far as I'm concerned. When it
Oh,
comes to the shoulder buttons,
you can't beat the shoulder buttons. Like that's where it started. There like before that, there was no controller with shoulder buttons. That L and R,
yeah,
block, run, or depending on the game, it could use targeting or whatever.
yeah.
Couldn't beat it, bro. Couldn't beat it.
What about you, Steve? What's up?
all right. So when it comes to the Super Nintendo, I am. Let me share this again. Oh, here we go. Okay, so with the Super Nintendo, which is this, obviously,
Mm-hmm.
I'm giving it an A.
Okay.
No,
And
no, no, no,
It's
no,
all right. It's all right. The man's
no.
entitled to his opinion. As wrong as it is, he's entitled to it.
You, I can't.
I'm giving this an A.
So you're putting the console that you own an A, and the console you didn't own an S. You were that much in love with Sonic?
Oh man! All right, hey, I was pulling y'all guys' leg. I'm pulling y'all
Oh,
guys'
come
All
leg.
on.
right.
Oh,
Oh
come on.
my god!
That's a much
I,
better place for it.
it's I honestly believe these two consoles were absolutely neck and neck in my opinion. And I love the look of this console. I really do love the look. And
That's
funny,
the only thing I can disagree with you on. I don't hate it, but I compared to the Sega Genesis, I don't know, man. Like, I was when it comes to looks, I was a Genesis guy. Everything else was Super Nintendo.
yeah. I mean, the games that they had was phenomenal. Like we already understand when it comes to Mario, Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, Kid Racing, like you mentioned. But there were also a lot of games they had. It was we had so many games that you just couldn't keep up with it. Like
Hmm.
I loved um I love Bubsy. I know a lot of people didn't play it, but
I
the
remember
original
Bubsy.
Bubsy, yeah, the original Bubsy game, I loved it. The Spider Man and X Men games,
Dude,
the
Maximum Carnage was on the
yes,
SNES.
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
Maximum Carnage,
You couldn't beat that, man. That was the quintessential Spider-Man game. Was Maximum
yes,
Carnage.
absolutely, absolutely. So the games there are just so memorable.
Memorable.
Yes,
Hmm.
and I do agree that they do have a lot more iconic games and characters on the NES than the Sega Genesis. But I had to put that along with just Sega Genesis as an S. Of course, I had to put that on an S.
That's
Okay.
fine.
Now having now
Perfectly fine.
the reason why I totally disagree with you when it comes to the controller
Mm-hmm.
is only because I actually really never played with the 3 button controller. I played the 6 button
Use a
one.
6 by one. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
And the reason why I love the six button controller because it did remind me of actually having an arcade stick. It was similar to you had
Okay.
all the buttons faced in front of you,
I see it. Yeah.
and instead of using the shoulder buttons, it was still convenient even in the Street Fighter game when you want to use your fierce punch and your fierce kicks. They were
Yeah.
right there in front of you, just like an arcade stick.
Here-
It really mimicked an arcade stick. So I was fine whether if it was shoulder buttons
Mhm.
or an arcade stick. Now with this one though, before you continue, I don't want you to lose your train of thought.
Yeah.
I actually preferred the 6 button layout than the Super Nintendo only when it came to Street Fighter because it was very difficult to use the fierce punch because the fierce punch was on the left shoulder button. It was right there on the
You can
left
change
shoulder.
it though. You can change it though. For those Street Fighter games, you can change it.
Yeah, yeah, you can, but I still preferred the 6 button layout because it was all right there where you could just use it with your thumb on your right hand.
For me, it was because even though I my first games I played was in arcade, I didn't have it readily available to me. You know, I can't just go to the laundromat and just play bad dudes on there. Like no, when I got the Super Nintendo, I was just familiar with that button scheme. You know what I mean? That was the first console I ever owned, and so I just kind of like fell into that button scheme, and it was just hard to kind of go to arcade stage. That's why I never really used one. You know what I mean? So,
Right.
but no, I get what you're saying.
I can see it. I can see it.
But you never played. But you played the arcades many times before, didn't you?
Yeah, but but it was only for like an hour or two at a time, and like once every 2-3 weeks or whatever. The Super Nintendo was in my house all the time, and I played everything on it. You know what I mean? And then when you go from there to PlayStation, pretty much the same layout.
Okay. Well, this is what I know you know how it looks like, but this is what I want to show you real quick. I don't know if you can see it. You guys can see it, right?
Of course.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
I remember that one.
Yeah, the one where you only had the 3 buttons. I never played that one. I don't think I just don't remember using it. I remember using the 6 button layout.
Yeah.
And for me, since this was all on the right side, it was so conveniently to use.
Do me a favor. Scroll up a little bit.
Go ahead.
Up.
Oh, up.
Yeah, scroll up. The retro.
Yeah, look, see, yeah.
Yeah, that's if you wanted to use a version of the gamepad on your PC.
Oh, this
Connect via USB.
A PC only, right?
Yeah, it's like a PC like recreation of the classic Sega 6-button controller, or 8-button in this case, because this one actually did have shoulder buttons, but this wasn't what originally shipped with the consoles. That one you had to actually buy additional.
How much did that cost?
I got $20 right there.
Yeah, $20 right
on
there.
Amazon.
Yeah,
I'm starting to get ideas.
Yeah, I'm gonna look that up. I'm gonna look that up. I'm gonna have to buy this. I'm gonna have to buy this.
So like I said, I could understand, what you were saying, Hoovy, but this really brought more convenience, and I really wish that we had more controllers that had a layout like this, where you have everything right in front of you, just in case if you wanted to have somewhat of a arcade or PC experience with this. I didn't have that, with the Super Nintendo controller, which is still fine, just great. But I'm not. This controller is amazing.
Okay. All right. So before we continue on to the next generation of consoles, I'm going to list a couple of consoles here that if you guys used it or not. All right. So
all right.
Let me see here. All right. So the TurboGrafx 16.
I played that.
No.
You used that? Have you ever? I've never seen this console. I've never seen this console in person.
Can I see it? Do you have it?
It's actually part of the 16-bit generation, if you can believe it.
I have the picture right here for you, Steve. Hold on.
Yeah.
He's gonna bring it up right now.
All right, cool.
There you go. This is what it looks like.
Wow.
I remember that.
What in the world is that?
Yeah, it's TurboGrafx 16.
Dude, I think this is like the first time I see what that shit looks like, bro.
Oh yeah.
This is a TurboGrafx 16. You see that slot right there?
I know that
Yes.
That's where the games went in.
I know
And
that
the controller?
That's what you only had one controller because all the games were single player.
And the cable is really short for the controller.
Wow.
You had to
That
get
back-
that there.
And you see that back part that's in the back right there?
Mhm.
That actually came off. That was a cover where the cables that went to the TV and the power connected to there, and then you put the cover back on. So in case some genius kind of tripped on your cables, they wouldn't completely rip out of the console.
Oh, okay.
Just to protect it.
That's cool.
That's pretty cool.
Okay.
But yeah, dude, that was memories.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Jeez, man, I can't believe you remember. You were old enough to play these. How old are you, C. Frank?
I turned 38 this year.
Dude.
Oh man, see how time flies.
Old
dude.
as dirt, man. Old as dirt.
Yeah, can't
What
believe
about
Okay.
the consoles that we all played?
Mm-hmm.
Wow, bro.
Those.
All right, so
Oh
what was
my
next?
God.
I'm Hoovy. What else he was going to show us?
Okay, Neo-Geo. Anyone use the
Oh
Neo-Geo
hell no!
before?
What the fuck, bro? You gotta be joking, man.
Anyone use the Neo-Geo? Oh yeah, it was on there. It was on there.
That was
No, don't tell me, bro.
Yeah.
Wow.
You played that shit?
No, I've never used it.
I never used one either, but I've heard of this poor thing.
I heard of it too. I heard of this.
Bro.
I played the game through emulation. So, but
Same, yeah.
yeah. So the game. I think this is the CD model. I think the games were like over $100 or not, $100 and up.
Mm-hmm.
So
They were
yeah,
very expensive.
very expensive. But it was pretty much, I would say, ahead of its time when it came to like the games that were on there, like almost arcade perfect.
Well, definitely, and the type of media that I used too, because you have to keep in mind this was still, this is really like coming off of the 16-bit consoles,
Yeah,
and this was actually I think one of the first ones to use the CD format before PlayStation kind of like rode off with it. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Which funny story about that as we move on to the next generation. The PlayStation was originally supposed to be a Nintendo console.
That's true. Yeah.
Oh yes. And until
Actually,
Nintendo
I
screwed them
think-
over.
And they actually had a contract with Sony to develop the first CD-based console.
Yes.
And that contract was with Nintendo, but they kind of like pulled out at the last minute to stick with cartridges, and that's what you see on the N64. And Sony was like, well, we're sitting on this, disc technology for games. Let's do something with it. And that became the Sony PlayStation.
Yep.
That's crazy. Yeah, and I actually saw
Wild.
the Sony place the
Nintendo PlayStation.
It was at one of those conventions that I went to,
Mm-hmm.
and it was there. So it was pretty trippy. It was pretty trippy seeing that.
It's wild to see that thing, man.
Yeah. All right. So the next console, like now we're moving on.
Mm-hmm.
The next console. Anyone use the 3DO?
I'm sorry?
3DO.
Nah, hell no, bro.
3DO? No, I never had a
No.
3DO.
Can I see it? I can't remember what it looks like.
Yeah, right here. This is it right here. This 3DO right here. So,
No, I can't see anything.
You can't see it? Hold on a second. Oh my bad.
Can
Yeah.
you guys see it?
You're not sharing. There we go.
Okay.
Let me show you. This is right here.
Wow, man. That thing, no, you know what? I actually like the look
Dude.
of it.
That's the only thing. That's the only good thing about it, from what I've heard.
It's funny looking, is what it is.
Yeah.
Like it kind of looks like the precursor to the Sega Saturn.
Yeah.
Yeah. For
Okay,
sure,
and-
for sure.
Before we move
Nope.
on, the
Nope.
Atari Jag.
The
Bro,
Jag.
come on, man. That's it. That
Yo,
shit sold
I
like 2
remember-
million,
Look at
bro.
that.
Wow.
I remember the commercials for this thing, and they made this thing out to be like the greatest thing in the world, but like,
Not for nothing, it has a badass name though. Atari
Oh,
Jaguar.
Oh,
Yeah.
man.
the name is good, but everything else, like this controller, I
What
can't
is
begin to
up
think.
with that?
I can't begin to think what they were thinking with this.
Yeah.
I don't either, man.
I'm going to assume these were for like codes and stuff like that. Like if the
Possibly.
game had like codes or whatever, but like I mean everything else is just wow.
Yeah, dude, that was. Ugh.
64-bit too. 64-bit.
When did when did this console come out?
93.
93.
I don't know why I don't remember this thing.
I'll tell you why, because it didn't sell very well.
No, it didn't.
Okay.
Dude, that shit sold like 2 million worldwide, dude.
That's not very good.
No, not at all. Wow.
Dude, the lifespan was only 3 years.
Did any good games come out for it?
Not that anybody can remember.
No. It just the
Whoa.
system just was poorly made. I'm gonna, since I do vaguely remember it, it's gonna go in the trash category. So
Bro, what the hell?
Too funny.
Oh my gosh, that's so funny.
Oh, here's one that you should look, and this one I put in my fail category, was the Nintendo Virtual Boy.
oh my god. Oh,
Pull it up.
Doesn't count.
Oh yes,
Pull it up.
pull it up, movie.
okay, hold on. Let me go get it.
We're getting to the N64 there, Andrew. Just give us a bit.
Andrew, what's up? What's up? Thanks for joining, Andrew.
Virtual Boy. I don't. Let me see. Do I see it here? I don't
See, it's so bad they couldn't even count it on that list.
That's bad, man. That's bad.
I don't see it on here, but
Oh my
I
god!
remember using it. I remember using it.
yeah, I
I did
use it
too, man.
Like,
It was so bad. It
Yep.
was so bad.
it is on my tier list, so we're gonna put this right
Right in the trash.
there. Yeah. The first time I used this thing, I was like, what is this?
Like what am I looking at right now? Right? Like what is this? Dude, it was something else.
Oh,
Wow.
But not for nothing, the Virtual Boy is actually part of the 5th gen, which we're on right now.
yeah. Oh, terrible.
Conveniently enough, yeah. So to go to what Andrew was asking about, yeah.
Ass.
As for what?
Bro, it's a fucking the Nintendo 64.
The Nintendo
Oh,
64.
hold on. We'll get there first. But there was a
Dude.
console that came out first for it. Just came out first. The
Oh,
Sega Saturn.
no.
The
Oh,
Sega
man.
Saturn. Now, I will tell you, the Sega Saturn was great, but what it had to compete with at the time, it couldn't.
Mhm.
It just couldn't. And that's why, like, with the following generation, Sega was done.
Yeah.
They couldn't keep up, man. Because in terms of, like, technology and getting developers to come on to make games for their console, they couldn't do it. So yeah.
It wasn't a bad console. They just couldn't compete.
Yeah, they just couldn't compete, and
They-
they did have a couple of great games. If you know, the depending on who you talk to, Nights into Dreams was a great game for the Sega Saturn, and it came out on the. God damn it! I think it came out on another console.
What game was it?
It's called Nights into Dreams.
Nights into Dreams.
Yeah,
That
bro,
game
that's-
very, very good.
Yeah.
Another one was Panzer Dragoon.
Yeah.
That was a one I actually personally played on the Sega Saturn.
Multi,
bro,
what were you gonna say?
Virtuon, dude, Virtuon. The
Oh,
The
one with the
Virtual On,
robot
there you go.
fighting.
and
So it didn't have bad games. It's just they couldn't get too many developers to come on and make games for it, and that's why the console failed. They just couldn't get good games for it.
I cannot believe a console that was able to. From what I heard, it was as strong as its competitors. From what I heard.
No,
Yeah.
no, that shit stopped selling when the 64 came out because a lot of games on the Sega were 2D and people wanted to play the Nintendo 64. That shit was 3D.
Well, not for nothing, the Sega Saturn had 3D games, but you have to keep in mind this is like first gen 3D games. Like they were great for the time, but looking back on them now, absolute garbage. But again,
Man.
for the time, they were great. But where the N64 kind of took over was the fact that it was still using a cartridge. It made the games more expensive, but you didn't have to worry about ever scratching the discs
yeah.
or anything like that, and they were more durable.
Okay. My opinion on the Sega Saturn is I don't really have an opinion on it because I've never seen one. I've never
bro.
seen one. Like I've seen the cart, I've seen the disc, but I've never seen one in person. Now, based on based on some of the stuff that I've watched about the Sega Saturn, it was a byproduct of a company who didn't know what the hell they were doing. This is what happened when you have both Nintendo, Sega of America and Sega of United States. There are completely different pages. Now, mind you, before the Sega Saturn, they had the all the attachments for the Genesis, like the Sega CD and the Sega 32X or whatever it was called.
Right? I remember all of that.
Cost them a ton of money that they never recouped. Then when the Sega Saturn came out, didn't really have a release date, and Sony with the PlayStation, which we're going to talk about soon, completely undercut them.
Yes, they did.
They completely undercut them when it came to like pricing.
Oh, that's for damn sure. The PlayStation showed up, and everyone completely forgot that Saturn was even a thing. Snatched up PlayStations, and went to the races.
Yeah, and the funny thing is that I think from what I read, I have to kind of like make sure that I'm right about this. They stealth launched the Sega Saturn. They didn't have like an official launch date. They were like, oh shit, let's just come out with it, today, with no hype, no nothing. And then you compare that to what Sony did with the PlayStation, like it was just like they effed themselves over, completely effed themselves over.
Well, if you really think about it, marketing is a huge deal, especially when it comes to stuff like this. I mean, think about how many gaming conventions we have nowadays compared to back in those days when they didn't exist. So if you didn't have commercials, if you didn't do your marketing, nobody knew the thing was coming out.
Exactly. And where Sony undercut them was at E3, but E3 wasn't what E3 became.
Exactly.
It was pretty much what it was just a conference where people just show off their technology. That's it. And it was like they completely effed up on it. Yeah. Now, with that said, from what I heard, the Saturn, while it didn't do great here, did very well in Japan.
Yes,
and I think maybe in Europe as well. I don't know that for a fact. So it's a worthwhile console, but I mean, let's be frank, it didn't compare to the PlayStation. So
no, it didn't.
Let's go to my tier list, right? So where am I going to put the OG PlayStation, right?
The OG PlayStation.
The OG, the original.
Go ahead.
We're going to put the PlayStation in the A tier.
Okay. That's where I put it too.
Yeah.
That's where I put the PS1 too.
This is the console that convinced me to move away from Nintendo. And I remember, and I remember how this happened. My cousin had a PlayStation, right? Now, mind you, I'm still gaming heavy on the Super Nintendo, right? And I see he's playing Tekken 2 on there, and I'm like, "Yo, like, what is this?" Like, mind you, I'm like, I think I remember, like, I think I was like 11 or 12, or whatever. I ain't never seen graphics like this in my life, and I'm like, holy crap, like, look at this thing. And then I was like, I was sold. I was sold. Like, and I ain't gone back since. So, like, I can like the Tekken games, Madden, Game Day. The first time I played Final Fantasy 7 on there, Metal Gear Solid. The list goes on and on. Like, just phenomenal.
There's some absolute classics. Some games that you remember so fondly, they were on the PlayStation as well. I mean, you just said Final Fantasy 7, Metal Gear Solid. You had so many great games. I mean, the follow-ups to 7, 8, and 9 were also on the PlayStation. Just so many good games that came out on the PlayStation. The games were actually cheaper than they were on the N64 because they were on CDs.
Yeah, I use that as a talking point. Yes.
So it definitely made it more feasible for the everyday person to get their hands on not only a PlayStation but also get their hands on some genuine awesome games for the PlayStation.
Absolutely. So
plus the controller, especially like the first gen controller for the PlayStation was cool, but when they came out with that DualShock, that was it. Yeah. That was it. To this day, that's one of the best design controllers ever made. It's the original DualShock controller, as well as the follow-ups to it.
Now,
go ahead.
Wait. Steve, I want you to go next, and then Malta, you're gonna go last. Guy, I have a feeling you're gonna be on. You're gonna be on some BS, Malta.
Dude.
I feel like you're gonna be on some BS. So let's see.
I played that shit for real.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Oh man. All right. So, I freaking love. In matter of fact, I still have my my original PlayStation 1. It still works and functional. So
when was the last time you plugged that thing in?
A couple of years ago.
You don't know if that thing works now.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it works. I'm pretty sure it still works. But anyway, let me put my. Oh crap! I didn't share it yet. Okay. Okay, here we go. Um, so the PlayStation right here,
Hmm.
I'm going to put it in the A.
Okay.
I'm putting it in A. The amount of games that were available for PS1. Now, you were right. Like the Tekken, I didn't really care too much for Tekken 1 and Tekken 2. Tekken 3 is where it blew me away.
Yeah.
When I saw Tekken 3. When I saw Tekken 3,
Mm.
when I saw Soul Blade, Battle Arena, Taishin 3, man, those games just really made me fall in love with the PlayStation. Now, what's funny, we were actually trying to get the 64 first. We were actually trying to get, and the thing is, no, I just couldn't find one. My mom looked, even her friend that came over, they were looking for 60 Nintendo 64s all over the place. They couldn't find one. And what I remembered was that people were saying, um, at least at that time, the 64 was just outperforming PlayStation in the beginning of the cycle,
Yeah.
in the
It
generation
was, yeah,
cycle.
it was the hot console out. Yeah.
Yeah,
Definitely.
it was just a phenomenal console. And I said, you know what? We're just gonna get the PlayStation. Never regretted it. Never regretted it. The Crash series, the Spiral series,
Hmm.
and I remember, Sifri, I don't think you remember this. I was debating with you, where I said that Brave Fencer Musashi was one of my favorite games of all time, along
Okay.
along with Metal Gear and Zelda and Mario, of course. But that was one of like the top favorite games I ever played of all time. And you and I had an argument. We were debating hard of who would win with him against Link. And you you were just going crazy. You were like, no, Link has all these powers. Link could do this, Link could do that. And I said, oh wait, but Brave Prince of Musashi could absorb Link's powers, and he could use it against them. And we were just going back and forth, man. You probably don't remember,
I do
but
remember, but I'll tell you this: Link is still the man.
I knew it.
Link's
Look,
still the man. I mean, you can't beat him. That guy has got everything.
you see what I'm saying?
You
This is
can't.
exactly what I went through in high school. Yeah, you. That's exactly what you were saying. Like, you cannot beat Link. You
You
cannot
can't
beat
take him
Link.
down, man.
You were saying Link could beat Musashi. You said he could beat Cloud. You were saying he could beat everybody.
Yep.
I'm just
Still
like,
can.
wow, yeah. And it's unfortunate that we no longer had any more Musashi games.
It is
But
sad because that was a
yeah,
great game.
that
Very
was,
great game.
oh my gosh,
I
one of the best games.
I remember it very fondly as well because I played it beginning to end. It was
Yes,
such a well designed game in a period where it's just like, like single player story driven games are starting to come into their own.
Yeah.
And here comes Brave Fencer Musashi. And you're just like,
yes,
damn, this is
yes.
good.
This thing was good. Sony, oh my gosh, the games
Yeah.
that they made,
They-
like Siphon Filter. Remember, Metal Gear was great, but I also loved Siphon Filter.
Oh yeah.
Those two were the games where I just love stealth games just because of those two games.
Mm-hmm.
And then obviously, we had Splinter Cell, but there was no other stealth games that was really out there that you could really connect with like you can with Metal Gear.
Yeah.
Right.
But although Siphon Filter is not as doesn't have that much stealth, it still was you were still able to perform a lot of stealth in some of the stages. And I love the game. I love Saffron Filter. I love Crash, and I love Legend of Dragoon and Final Fantasy VII. Oh my gosh, Final Fantasy VII, man, game after game after game after game. So yes,
Hit
it
after
goes.
hit after hit after hit.
That's
Yes,
why I bought it. But
Yeah.
Malta, what you got to say? What tier list is this on? What tier list is the PlayStation on?
Dude, I mean,
uh oh,
I
there
think
you go.
that, I don't know if I play the same games as you guys, but actually, Final Fantasy was the first one I played.
Okay,
Uh, and yeah, I also played some of them multiplayer, only up to 2 players. And honestly, brother, like I'm gonna have to say that the multiplayer on that console was really bad.
Why? What's the grade?
Like
What's the grade?
well,
Crash,
I want to know what the grade. I want to know the grade. Spit it out.
like Bro, I'm gonna be honest. I've never whatever game this man just mentioned, bro. Lara Croft.
Tomb
I've
Raider.
never, I've never played that game, bro.
I played
Oh,
that
Tomb
game.
Raider. Okay, I know what Tomb Raider is, bro. Yeah, I played that shit, but like, dude, come on, man. Like, bro, I'm gonna be honest. Like those graphics, dude. There was another console out that had way better graphics. So I'm gonna say, bro. And
Right.
I will
the
tell you this:
game,
like when it comes to like multiplayer on the PlayStation, yeah, I can definitely agree. It wasn't a huge multiplayer console because at the end of the day, you only had the 2 controller ports and you had to go out of your way to get the multi-tap
Yeah.
to get more people to hop on. And even then, the games that supported the multi-tap were few and far in between.
That's
So
true. That's true. That's true.
PlayStation has some great games. I agree with you on there. But when it came to multiplayer, like actual sitting down multiplayer, unless it was like a head-to-head fighting game, you weren't going to get anything out of it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
I agree with you.
and that's where the N64 picked up and beat the PlayStation out of the water, was its ability to give you multiplayer games, because you could do 4 people at the same time, bro.
All right.
Hold on. I want to know. I still want to know the grade. I want to know the grade.
I'm gonna be honest, bro. Like, you know, I know that the PS1. I know that people say that it had like the and I can't argue because
The
like
suspense, man.
it has like the best RPGs of that generation. Because the 64 only had like 5 of them, and the Saturn I don't know how many, but I know the PS1 had like a whole lot. I know that like there's people that really like that shit, but I'm gonna be honest, I don't really like it, bro. Like
Okay,
I like
the grade.
3D. Bro,
Yo,
it's like
Where are you putting it?
the D, bro.
yo,
Yo! Even
Bro,
I
I'm
didn't put
sorry.
it on a D grade.
It's so
Shit.
bad.
yo.
Dude,
No,
bro,
what,
I'm
dude?
sorry. That
No
console,
wonder he took so
bro.
long. Oh my
Dude,
goodness.
I'm sorry, bro. Like I'm just saying what I think, bro. That's my opinion. That's just my
Wow.
bro. Whatever, dude. Who cares,
Dude.
bro?
Okay.
That's what I think,
Whoa.
bro. It sucks.
Let me read a couple comments before we get to the N64. Right. So McKinley said they're going back. Obviously explaining. He said, finish editing and then you can watch it, bro. Because trust me, you're not gonna like some of the things I have to say, McKinley. I'm telling you right now. Andrew, thank you for showing up, Andrew. He said N64 is pure S. PS1 had the weakest. It was the weakest of that generation.
Okay. Does that include the Sega Genesis? That means
You
you're
mean the Sega
saying.
No,
Saturn?
no, the Saturn.
I mean the
No, he's talking
Saturn.
about
Yeah.
the Saturn, yeah.
So you're saying that the Saturn and the 64 was far superior. That's what you're basically saying.
Bro, I'm gonna.
Wait.
Look, I'm gonna add my 2 cents, bro. Look, I'm gonna be honest. Like, if I was like in that time, I would rather have the Saturn than the PS1. But if I'm speaking objectively, I think that it maybe would have been like the PS1 might be a better console because the PS1 had like, well, obviously had a way better lifespan,
Yeah.
and I don't know, man. I'm just saying my opinion, bro. That's it.
Let's go.
Yeah. You had a better
As
life.
completely wrong as it is. Yeah, you're right to your opinion. You're completely you're right to your opinion. All right, go.
Having a, how do you feel about his statement about the PS1?
Obviously I don't agree, but it's like it is okay. It is
Dude,
what it
who
is.
cares, bro? Like, come
It
on,
is,
man.
what it is.
Man.
It has a
All right.
bunch of whatever, bro.
All right. So Andrew also said PS1 easily had the worst graphics unless you consider Laura Croft's triangle hunkers to be high quality.
Yo,
Nah,
what the fuck?
let me say
Bro,
this. Let me say this.
For
Let me
the
say
time, that was high quality, bro.
No
At the
way.
time, that was high quality.
Donkey Kong 64 is high quality, bro. Not no triangle tits, bro.
No, okay,
Triangle.
clearly, when you look at power, the N64 is ahead of the PlayStation. I agree with that. I
Yeah.
agree with that.
Dude.
I mean, there's nothing, but there are some pretty looking games on the PlayStation as well. They don't
Absolutely.
age well. They don't age well, but like back
Well,
in
you
the
got to
day,
think about it. From that generation, none of it aged well compared to what we got now.
Yeah.
I mean, if you really
No,
look at it right now,
I kind of disagree with that. There are games that are available on PS1, obviously, that I think still age well till this day. I think all the Spiral games still age well. I think all the
they
Crash.
hold up well in terms of like gameplay and things like that. But if you're looking at actual quality of graphics, which is the only thing that he mentioned there, talk about the worst graphics in terms of actual graphics compared to what we got now. Sorry, bro. Like
I
holding
don't
up
know.
compared to now,
So you mean
we definitely
okay.
got way better graphics. I mean, why else would they turn around and do remakes of even Spyro, which they did a remake for? They didn't keep the graphics. They
Right.
turned everything up. They gave it better graphics because they knew the gameplay was where it was at. They just needed to update the graphics, and bam, they can re-release the game.
Well, yeah, but what I'm saying is, can you go back and play some, not all, but some of the PlayStation games
And still enjoy them? Yes.
yes,
Agreed.
and
But from a purely only visual standpoint, this is not talking about controller in your hand, sitting down and playing. I'm talking about just from a visual standpoint.
Those games don't.
They do. None of them held up.
I think when you look at games such as Metal Gear, of course, no. Siphon Filter, no. Brave Prince of Musashi, no.
None of them.
But I think Spyro still holds up pretty well. I think Marvel vs. Capcom still holds pretty well. I think the Street Fighter Alphas hold very well because they're 2D type
It's
game.
kind of hard to mess up a 2D fighter.
Yeah.
Not for nothing. It's kind of hard to mess up a 2D fighter.
And
Bro, I'm sorry. Bro. That's it.
Games are for babies.
I'm done, bro. I'm done. Bro.
Let me address this.
All right, that's it.
Right here.
Havino, do you agree with John?
Oh my god.
You believe that even the Capcom versus Capcom, Marvel vs. Capcom, the Crash games, they don't age well even now?
No. The 2D fighters, they will always hold up well, unless it's unless they're like really bad, right?
But then again, that's their 2D fighters. You can't really mess that up because you're dealing with a 2D plane and side-scrolling action.
Yeah.
When it comes to like the 3D games, actual 3D, the polygonal graphics, they do not hold up to what's available today.
They don't.
Because if you look at it, there's all these remakes coming out and none of them look like they used to do. I mean, even on the GameCube, which we'll tap into on the next generation, the original Resident Evil that came out on the PlayStation, which was great back then.
Yeah.
If you compare it to the Resident Evil remake, just literally the next generation, you'll see it's a night and day difference in terms of graphics. But that's what we're talking about. Just one generation later, and it looks like a completely different game. It's still the same game, but from a visual standpoint, the graphics have been dialed up so much higher. So when you look at games like Spyro or you look at Final Fantasy VII, in terms from just the graphic standpoint, for the day that they came out, they were great because we had nothing to compare it to. But now you're looking at how many generations later, you look back on that and you were like, damn, compared to what we got now, this kind of looks like shit. It was great then, but compared to now, can't be beat.
And you also have to take into account the high end of 2D graphics is on the Super Nintendo. And I know, like, obviously they have indie games now that are better than that, but you look at,
of course,
the high end of 2D graphics, you have it there on the Super Nintendo and Genesis. So what the PlayStation 1 and to an extent the Saturn and the N64, those are the low end of 3D graphics.
Exactly.
Look at what we have now.
They were the start of the 3D gaming where you had, the ability to move 360 degrees, where you could actually move in three directions, forward, back, side to side, and up and down, where back in the day you could only do side to side and up and down.
Yeah.
So they added that third dimension, which is where 3D comes from. And you saw that happen right in front of your eyes with the Genesis, the PlayStation, and the N64.
Yes.
Which the N64 for me, S tier all day.
Okay, so one last time, because maybe I need to refresh you guys' memories. Okay, Havino, are you looking at this? Are you guys seeing this right now?
Not at all.
I'm popping up right
dude.
now. You got it right now.
You have it right now.
Yeah.
All right.
You
I
mean-
see
okay.
Spiral.
You mean to tell me that right now a PS1 game that this does not age well right now?
No, it looks
No.
good.
It
And
looks
It
I-
looked
good.
good for
But
back in the
they-
day. But that's not what we're saying. We're saying in terms of what we have available now,
Oh no!
this
If
is
you're-
garbage.
No,
if
man,
you-
I'm gonna be
if you're-
honest.
If you're
I think
comparing
the
it
graphics are
to
good.
yes,
This was good for
whatever-
the day, but you could still tell that this has not aged. You can still see the pixelation in the textures, even from this distance. Look at that poor mushroom.
Nah,
You
it's
could
good,
tell.
bro. It's good.
Look at the
It
lettering,
looks like
how
real,
choppy
bro.
it looks.
real life.
Look,
Like a
I
real life
personally-
dragon.
Bro, it looks like a mushroom, bro.
I personally don't
Go
mind
ahead,
the
now.
graphics as it is right now,
right.
but honestly, like, but my point and Siegfried's point still stands. It's still the pixelation of the graphics don't look like that. Don't look great. That don't look great. When you go to the scene that you were at before, that looks good. This don't look good.
No,
This don't look good. This look like
this
plain.
right here.
Yeah,
it's
this
very
look-
dated compared to what we have access to. Because again, this was a different generation of graphics. This is the beginning of what 3D would eventually become that you see now. So you can see that for back in the day, it was good then, even great then. But when you turn around and say, okay, I have access to these other games, and you say, damn, would I rather play the original Spyro or do I want to play the remake version? Same game, but the remake's going to look better.
I think we're mixing it up here. What you're saying is spot on. If you're comparing us to the graphics that we playing now visually, yes, of course, it's night and day. It doesn't even come close. What I'm saying is, games like this, games like Crash, when you look at the graphics, it's bad compared to the modern graphics, of course.
Yeah,
but
it was great for the day.
But I think I don't to say that this didn't age well at all. I can't go that far. I can't go as far to say that this doesn't age well.
Let me just say this: this game's not great anyway. So what we talking about Spyro for?
This game is great. This game is great. Don't start with that. And this is the Crash game. This is the Crash game. And I'm sorry. Like, I understand it's not as good as games right now, but to say that this game is it's didn't age well, it's unplayable. Like, no, I can't buy that.
I know it's anything
But
about
that's not
it being
what we're saying, though.
I
Like,
know
we're
it's
not
good.
saying it's unplayable. We're just saying that the
You can-
visual style,
the visual
it
style
has
is-
not aged well.
Yeah,
Because again, you don't see people trying to mimic Crash.
facts.
Dude,
They're not.
honestly, this one right here did not age well at all. Bro.
Was it a great game for its time? Absolutely. No debating that at all. But you got to turn around and you got to look at it objectively. Was it a great game? Yes. For the time that it came out from a visual standpoint, yes, it was great. But now, looking back on it, you can say, my eyes have seen better. This doesn't hold up.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. I mean, I didn't expect you guys to take it that far, but okay. Maybe I'm seeing something different than you guys are. But I think some of them.
That's your problem.
No. I think that's not true, because again, I don't think Metal Gear aged well, and I don't think Siphon Filter aged well either. And I love those games. But what I'm saying is, I think some of those games that were released for PS1, some of them could get away with it. I think some, not all of them, but some.
All right, we'll just have to agree to disagree.
That's fine,
The last thing on the PlayStation that I wanted to address is from Andrew right here. Listen, Andrew, the further we go in this podcast, you're not gonna like me. I'm just letting you know right now, bro. You're not.
What he said, bro.
But he did say this, and I do think this is important. The PS1 only gets points for more adult-oriented games. I do think that when you look at console history, I think you will look at the PS1 as kind of like the home of more adult-oriented content. It made video game cooler for adults, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Because-
Yes,
yeah.
I can definitely see that.
Yeah. So it had more to offer than that, but we'll see.
Yeah, it did. But yeah, I can definitely see his point for sure.
All right. So F is in the chat. Thank you, F, for joining us. And
What's
McKinley,
up, F?
McKinley is saying Link beating Cloud. Nah,
Okay, Seafree, I gotta
That
hear
dude
you,
is
man.
on that stuff right now.
I
I'm gonna
gotta
tell
hear
you right now. That dude is
Jonathan.
on that stuff.
You're gonna make an enemy out of somebody, bro. You gotta explain. You gotta let him
Fight
have
me
it,
all day long. I will take you all on.
All
dude.
right.
Link is the number
No, no, no,
one
no,
man.
no. Have it now.
No,
We
no,
gotta make this quick. We're gonna make it quick. Seafree, at least tell him why you feel that way. Similar to what you was trying to do to me back in high school. Like tell him your stuff.
All right, I'll put it to you like this. I'm not saying Cloud is a bad character. I'm not saying he's a bad fighter in any way, shape, or form. I've seen him in multiple instances. Hell, I'm playing right now the Final Fantasy VII remake on PC. It's a great game. If you haven't tried it out, go by all means have at it. But when it comes to just sheer technical abilities,
Awesome.
when it comes down to the use of equipment available to you, Link's got it. At the end of the day, the man is destined to be a hero. Cloud's just some jerk with a big sword and access to these little crystals that give him magic.
Oh, you just he's gonna curse at you now.
okay.
I'm telling you right now, when it comes down to it, you can't beat a destined hero.
Okay.
Wow.
All right,
Okay.
let's go to N64. Malta, you can go first since you love this console.
Dale.
I think that the Nintendo 64, it's really good because, like, listen, first and foremost, like when you're comparing the consoles, bro, like the most important thing is the graphics and the local multiplayer, bro. You know what I mean? Because all I'm saying, bro, is the Nintendo 64 was like the beginning of the multiplayer shit. Everybody getting together.
Yep.
I wouldn't say it's the best for us, maybe the second best. But at the same time, dude, that definitely had games like F-Zero X. That's a lot of fun for 4 players. And all that fucking shit, bro. GoldenEye, 007, The World Is Not Enough.
Oh yeah.
It had a lot of great 4-player games. Also, I think it's worth mentioning that, like, the Nintendo 64, it tried to do more like unrealistic games and like colorful and shit. And the PS1, not saying that there wasn't bad, because there's a lot of games, but there's a lot also more like realistic games. And like when you compare the graphics of a realistic game to a game like even the first game, Super Mario 64, it's just gonna look better in Super Mario 64 because it's not supposed to look real.
Yeah.
And I think that I know that people really don't think that it aged well, the graphics. I guess it might be just nostalgia, but I think they look great. And not almost, I'm probably like almost every game they still look very good to me. Not like Castlevania, that game looks really bad. But I have to say, dude, I also really like 3D platformers and racing games. So yeah, I'm gonna have to say that the Nintendo 64 is an S, bro.
Woo!
All right.
Sorry about that.
Right, no problem. Actually, Dark, you could go next about the N64 because Malta gave it an S.
So the N64, what can I really say? The game, the console itself really built itself on that multiplayer aspect. That's why they give you 4 controller ports in the front, not 2, like say PlayStation and Saturn did from the same generation. They had great first-party titles, great single-player games, but also gave us one of the best fighting games to ever come out in a long time, Super Smash Brothers.
Agreed.
Come on. That title alone dropping on the N64 was monster. Absolutely was. It also gave us Mario Kart 64. It gave us really the first 3D instance of a many Nintendo game. Super Mario 64 was the first game to drop on it. Great game. I still play that. In fact, I did a live stream of me playing Super Mario 64 on my PC on my channel. You can find it on my name here. So the console itself gave us so much, not only at the time that it came out, but also laid down the groundwork for so many great games to come out into the future, especially from a multiplayer standpoint. N64 straight S tier, can't beat it.
Ooh.
Okay. What about you, Steve?
All right. So,
Bro, so far, it's 3 people saying S because Andrew said it's a S, bro.
Mm-hmm.
That shit,
He's got good taste, at least when it comes to that.
Bro.
okay. The Nintendo 64, like I said, we tried to get our hands on that console. I really tried, and it was one of my biggest regret because once we got the PS1, I had a chance to get a 64, but for some reason, my mom freaking convinced me to get a freaking a big stereo box for my birthday instead. And till this day, that is one of the biggest regrets in my whole entire life. That, along with the Dreamcast, the biggest regret in my whole life. I love the games for it. I love the 007 games, and the wrestling games. Oh my goodness, the wrestling games.
For sure.
Great, fantastic games. What was that one that the Torok? I love the
Turok Dinosaur Hunter.
Yes,
yeah, bro.
the Toroks were good. Mario Kart obviously was good. They had Diddy Kong. I don't know if they ever made any other Diddy Kong after that one. I'm not really sure. Maybe you guys might know, but I don't know. I'm not
Wait,
sure.
what was it?
Diddy Kong Racing.
On the
Oh
DS,
yeah, I played that. It was
Yeah.
it was on 64.
Yeah, but I don't know if they ever
Personally-
made a Diddy Kong after that.
I don't know,
They
but
did.
personally, I prefer Diddy Kong over Mario Kart. At least the 64 version.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I prefer Diddy Kong over it.
You too, Seafring?
No, I still prefer the Mario Kart.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
Same
here. Same here. So, where is it? So, where's the 64 at? Maybe you guys could help me. I can't find it. Where is it?
Higher up,
Higher.
a little bit.
Oh, here it is.
There it is. Yep.
So 64, I had a tough time with this one, guys. I really had a tough time with this one. It has to be an A, and the reason why it's not an S is for one reason and
because you didn't have it.
Because you didn't have one.
No. I played it all the time. I played it many several times. I played it at my next door neighbor's house. I played it at Anton's house. I think you might remember who he is.
Yeah.
I played it at his house. I love the Nintendo 64. There was only one thing that bothered me with that system, and if it wasn't for that,
don't say the controller.
And if
bro.
it wasn't for that,
no way,
I would have.
Amazing.
Bro, if you mention the controller, you can disconnect right now.
Dude, come on.
All right, wait, hold on. Have it for the first time ever. Having us probably going to be on my side on this.
I ain't saying nothing. Weird thing. I ain't saying nothing.
The reason why I cannot give it an S, and I really wish I could, guys. I want to give it an S with the great quality games that they have. We're talking about quality here. It has to be an A because of the controller.
Disconnect right now.
You have got to be joking, man. I don't understand
Guys,
why the fuck does everybody say that?
No,
if everyone's saying it, there has to be something to it. I'm just saying.
Bro.
Listen,
People poke enough fun of the damn controller. We get it. It's funny looking and it's kind of awkward sometimes. But if you really think about it, so much of the Nintendo controllers, especially the Wii controller, it was birthed from that N64 controller. Like if you look at the nunchuck attachment on the Wii controller, that's that centerpiece on the N64 controller. It's literally staring at you right in the face.
Yeah. Okay.
Dude, what the fuck, Andrew?
You see, here,
YouTube.
Dude,
look. If you guys could see, I did not like the joystick. I thought the joystick breaks easily. It was too flimsy, right? And
if you overuse the hell out of it, yes, that is a possibility.
Yes, and the fact that it has 3 handles, like I understand.
Dude, it's amazing.
I understand that you could put 2 of your hands here. Well, not really, but two of your hands here.
The thing is, That controller was
put
designed to be played a certain way with your left hand on the center controller, right on the right. Occasionally, you would have a game that let you use that left one, but most games were played with the center and the right. Very few games actually used the D-pad, and if they did, it was very limited when they used it.
Here's the thing, though. Every single time when I had this controller, I constantly had to look down to see where in the world the button layout was.
Are you serious?
Because you kept forgetting where they were.
Yes. It was just too confusing, man. It was just too confusing. The way how you could put your hand here or
that
here,
just goes to show you didn't put any real time with it.
Like either here, you could put. I know you guys can see this. You could put your left hand here and your right hand here. What the fuck? Or your left hand here and your right hand here. Too much. Yeah. Too much. Too much. That's too much.
That's the perfect amount of much. That's the perfect amount of much.
All right. I got to hear.
The layout was great because you had quick access to 6 buttons as well as the Z button on the back, which was a quick trigger finger, and that's why most first-person shooters, or all of them on the N64, used that as their firing button because it was so quick to hit it. It was just like hitting a trigger. Click, right there. You couldn't beat it, man. Couldn't beat it.
What the heck, man? Come on.
I'm sorry, Malta. Look, bro. Look, listen. Again, look, bro.
Majora's Mask.
Yes. The games were phenomenal. I love the games again. Like I said, it's one of my biggest regret ever for not owning that console. I wish I had that console. The problem was it can't get an S because the controller is trash. The controller is garbage. I'm sorry, it's bad. The controller is really, really bad. It's too big. It's too clunky, and
you want to talk about big and clunky?
They almost had it right. They almost had it right by
Wait till we get to that generation.
They almost had it right by having all the face buttons similar to the Sega Genesis controller. I like it that way, but the controller handles it just got into the way for me. I just didn't like it.
Bro, watch what I'm gonna say about the Xbox, bro.
I know that's what's coming next.
Okay.
All right, Javi. Let's see. Where do you put the N64?
All right, Javi. Now let's go. What you have to say, man?
Oh my
god. I'm gonna put this.
Oh man! Don't take it too far.
Right? Don't even start. Right. You know where it belongs. Yeah.
I agree.
Bro, yes.
Okay. Wait. He's going down. Whoa! What the fuck? Yo, what is he doing?
He's trolling, is what he's doing.
Oh yeah, I think you're trolling. I think you're trolling. I think you're trolling.
He's trolling.
Oh wait, hold on.
He's trolling.
Has to be a troll.
Doesn't like it, bro. For real.
He's trolling. At least when I did it was convincing. You're trolling right now, bro.
All right, look. Let me explain. Right?
Oh boy.
Now, I am trolling. I'm gonna put this in B. All right.
What? Wait, that's still not good enough. That's still not good enough. What you doing,
bro? That's his opinion, bro. Whatever. It's his.
No. Don't give me that. Whatever nonsense. People are going to be seeing this, and I don't look. Have enough.
Dude, who cares, bro?
Have enough. What do you think you're doing?
Listen, I'm not denying all the benefits of the N64. Right, 4 buttons. It has some of the best games ever made. Mario 64, phenomenal, landmark game, right? No, PlayStation can't duplicate that when it comes to the technical aspects of that game. I'm not denying that.
Okay.
Right? The wrestling games were phenomenal. Right?
4 ports.
Okay.
Yeah, 4 ports. I said all that.
Okay.
With that said, when I compare it to the PlayStation, the vastly superior console, mind you, it don't hold up. And I'm going to tell you why.
Do the graphics hold up?
I want to hear this.
What about the graphics, bro?
The games.
What about the logo multiplayer?
The game that I liked were all on the PlayStation. Like, if I want the sports games, I played it. First of all, that controller is garbage. I agree with Steve. That controller is garbage. I don't care what y'all say. I hate that controller. Right?
Haters gonna hate.
Hey, might as well. But here's the thing: the Street Fighter games, they were on this. Tekken was on this, right? Capcom versus SNK was on this, the PlayStation, right? And I prefer the controller, I prefer the games, I prefer the console. Like I'm sorry, like the N64 is a great console, it is, but it's not on the level of the PlayStation. And honestly, let me tell you this one story, right? There was a huge debate between me and my sister, right? My youngest sister.
Oh, I remember this story.
Yeah, right. She wanted the N64 so bad, and I wanted a PlayStation. I thought about it for a year because our parents were never going to buy us one. In the beginning, we had to literally beg them to buy us a next console, right? And I looked at the games, and I'm like, there was something in my head that I was thinking to myself, yo, this console, the PlayStation is special. I'm not saying the N64 wasn't, but I felt like there was something to where I felt like the PlayStation was going to be a longer lasting console. And I was right at the end of the day. I was right. Because look, after a while, the N64 dried up.
Yeah, bro, that's called
After
quantity
what
over
game?
quality, bro. What you want? Quantity
what
or
game?
quality?
No,
After what game?
I'll probably say after a couple years, the N64 dried up. But PlayStation just continually banger after banger after banger after banger. Bro. Right?
Nintendo 64 was quality and PS1 was quantity. There's a whole bunch of shovelware and shit, bro.
But it's the thing. It may have more shovelware, but it also had more great games. At least for me, in my opinion.
Nah, bro. Like the best games on the 64 versus the best games on the PS1. Bro, everybody knows the best games on the 64 are gonna win, bro.
I think they're equal.
No way, dude. What's the best 3D platformer on the PS1, bro?
I mean, I don't think
they don't have any. They don't have any.
No. They had Crash, but I wouldn't compare him to
whatever, bro. It's just your opinion, bro.
I wouldn't compare it to Mario, bro.
No. I mean, it may be his opinion, but the consensus is that the majority of people will believe if they had to look at it side by side, that Mario is obviously the far superior 3D platform.
But here's the thing, though.
You can say opinion all you want.
But here's the thing, Steve. Here's the thing, Steve. Like, obviously, we look at Mario as the pinnacle of 3D platforming, but PlayStation had those games as well. They had Crash, they had Spyro, they had Jack and Dexter with PS2, but they had those games. They had those games, right? Like, see, I know Dark liked Smash Brothers, right? But PlayStation had Street Fighter, it had Tekken, it had Battle Arena, it had Bloody Roar, it had all these great 2D and 3D fighting games.
Yes.
Compared to Smash. Now, Smash may be, even though it's not, it may be the best one of the group, but PlayStation had a plethora of excellent fighting games on that console.
It had more options.
Yeah, more options. The only genre where the N64 completely wiped the floor is the wrestling games, in my opinion.
Racing.
No. I wouldn't say racing because they had Ridge Racer, it had Gran Turismo, it had
F-Zero X, Mario Kart 64, Diddy Kong Racing.
PlayStation had Wipeout, which is better than F-Zero.
Had Wipeout.
No.
Bro, F-Zero X is way better, bro. Dude, have you heard the soundtrack?
No, it's not.
Dude, you have got to be joking, bro. That's like the first 60
Wipeout is better than F-Zero.
Dude, bro, whatever.
Wipeout is not better than F-Zero. You lost me.
Yes, it is.
I'm glad that you mentioned Battle Arena Toshin and all the other games, Tekken and Street Fighter. But come on, dude, that thing is not better than
But here's the thing, though. As great as the N64 was when it comes to certain titles, PlayStation had all of it. All of them. It had all of them.
It still couldn't compete in the multiplayer front. It was only a one-on-one game. That was it.
That's fine.
Every game that it had was
Ruben.
Every multiplayer game that the PlayStation had, all of them was a one-on-one. It always was, always will be, and there was nothing to expand upon. It just wasn't there when it came to as a multiplayer console. Did it have great games? Absolutely. No contest, had great games. But if you're talking about a console where you can get everybody together to sit down at one place at one time and actually sit down on one game and be able to sit there for hours and hours and hours,
dude, for real, bro.
N64 could not be beaten.
Hours, bro.
And all the games supported, every multiplayer game available on the N64 supported 4 players. All of them. Not some of them, all of them. Mario Kart, Smash Brothers, F-Zero, take your pick, all of them, first party, third party producers, it didn't matter. When it came to straight up multiplayer, you couldn't beat the N64.
Bro, and if you're playing GoldenEye,
are you kidding me? The amount of hours dumped and lost on GoldenEye alone.
I'm not a James Bond fan, so you gotta miss me there. And Ruben's correct.
You missed out is what it is.
Yeah, you missed out. You missed out.
No, I did, but like I had great games to play on my PlayStation. And that kept going on and on and on throughout the years. Now, and Ruben's correct. Jet Moto is better than F-Zero.
No, it's not.
Hey, no, Ruben. Now you're going overboard. Now you're going overboard. I ain't never gonna. I can't admit that. Like now, Ruben, you're going. I was with you for a second, but then you went over.
He had you, and then he lost you.
Yeah. I'm still there, but I'm not there with. I'm not in that part. I'm still in the area, but man, when it comes to that, you're like I'm on the other side. But with that said, let me end my comment on the N64. Yes, it's a phenomenal console when it comes to multiplayer, when it came to
single player to an extent.
Hell yeah, bro.
To an extent, but when it comes to the way that gaming had evolved, was going to evolve, you can't tell me that the PlayStation wasn't the more innovative console when it came to the software. When it came to the type of game that we have now,
when it came to the use of technology, I will say yes, the PlayStation was ahead of its time because it did use CDs as opposed to cartridges, which Nintendo was kind of still holding on to, like an old man still using, a damn rotary phone. You know what I mean? Yeah. It still works, so why do I got to get rid of it? Yes, I understand it. Yes, they were moving. When it came to the use of the technology, the actual media itself, yes, PlayStation was ahead of its time when it came to the use of the disc-based media. It held more content, so you could get more onto a CD than you would a cartridge. Yeah. However, when it came to actually getting people together and playing together,
that's what
Nintendo
matters.
had it.
That's the most important part.
That's the most important part, is how many people can I pack in my damn living room, put a controller in their hand, and not have that many people saying, I got
They
next.
don't want to play no PlayStation
next.
1, bro. They want to play Nintendo 64.
You couldn't do I got next on an N64 because everybody was playing together.
True. I agree with that.
What's the use of that when I can't play Tekken or I can't play Street Fighter?
Well, Tekken is only one-on-one anyway.
Okay, that's fine. But the thing is, I want to play that game.
That's perfectly fine for you. That's perfectly fine for you. But you can't say your personal preference to say, I only want to play Tekken or I only want to play this, this one-on-one fighting type game, turns around and says, well, the other console has to be garbage because it didn't have those games.
No. I never said the N64 was garbage. I never said the N64 was garbage.
You're right.
You
at the same time, but you put it on the B where everybody else has it at S.
Yeah, you give it a B.
Because the library of the games are not as good as the PlayStation. They're not.
They are.
When the longevity, PlayStation has it, and as far as I'm concerned, when it comes to quality, PlayStation has it.
Quality?
Yeah.
Quality?
Look, I do think so, because I think that the top tier N64 games are on par with top tier PlayStation games. I do. The problem is that there's a lot more quality on the PlayStation side. In my opinion.
In terms of amount of titles, yes, there are more titles on the PlayStation 2, but then you had a lot more sequels too on the PlayStation, and the N64 didn't really see a whole lot of, this one, this part 2, this part 3, this part 4. But if you're talking about actual quality, then the N64 still had some phenomenal quality games. Again, stuff that still sits very high on a lot of top 100 game lists. A lot of games, again, you're going to find them like I mentioned before on the SNES, you will also see them on the N64.
Absolutely. I'm not denying that. I'm just saying PlayStation has more of them.
And I want to go ahead and comment on Ruben.
Yo.
He just wrote up that 4-player doesn't count when we had a multi-tap. Yeah, but the thing is, I acknowledge the fact that the multi-tap exists, but the problem is there weren't enough games on the PlayStation that supported the multi-tap.
Correct.
Every multiplayer game on the N64 supported 4 players.
There's a ton of
bro.
There's a ton of
Ain't nobody had that shit, bro. Come on, bro. If you say you had that shit,
I have one for PS2. I have one for PS2.
But not a PlayStation 1.
No.
We're on PS1 right now.
Yeah.
PS2, let's talk about that when we get to the next gen.
Okay. All right. So Andrew said, let's not forget Sony left.
But for the milk, I never came back for the Vita.
You're
right.
All right. He's right. We're not talking. Okay, look,
we're not talking about handhelds. We're not talking about handhelds, though. Andrew's 100% right. Sony shit on the Vita and basically left it in a stinking piled mess on the floor. Agreed. But we're not talking about consoles right now. Home consoles, not the portables. Okay, no handhelds tonight.
We can't talk about. I wish we could talk about handhelds, but we can't do it. But man, thank you.
Maybe next time.
Thank you. Let me tell you something right now. If you guys think my N64 opinion is bad, wait till I get to those Nintendo handhelds. We're going to hold off on that for another time.
We'll do handhelds another day.
Yeah.
All right, so McKinley.
Hey, Seafriend, this one's for you, Seafriend. This one's for you.
Cloud, just a big sword that's your best argument.
I touched on his other stuff. What is this? I touched on his other stuff. They just want to hear the part they don't like. Yeah. But I went ahead and told them the truth. Link is still a better swordsman. You want to talk about technical skill and actual mastery of their abilities?
You
Link's
guys
got it.
Settle that in Smash Bros.
Out of here with everything else. Out of here with everything else.
Read the rest of it.
Okay, come back to me when Link survives a supernova, which he never did.
Oh, right. Seafriend, what you got to say with that, dude?
Cloud needed 2 other people to take down his final boss. Link did it solo.
Wow.
Damn. Wow.
Okay.
Oh, McKinley. I think he got you with that one, McKinley. Let's see if he can come back. Let's see. McKinley, let's see if he could come back with a comeback, McKinley. But okay. I'll say this though, Seafriend. I do think with just complete sword to sword combat, no items, no magic, no nothing.
Nothing.
I think it would probably be a draw.
No, it wouldn't.
Right.
It would not.
Y'all can sell this in Smash, right? Like Andrew said, the N64 is S tier for Paper Mario alone. I've never played Paper Mario.
Paper Mario was great.
Bro, that shit was amazing, bro. You for real?
It was so much fun playing Paper Mario. Like, it was a lot of fun. Like, even though it's a single player, like role-playing game starring Mario and Mario characters, it's still a very fun play. You know what I mean? Like, you enjoyed yourself the longer it went on.
Okay.
And Paper Mario's that one game.
Yeah, okay. All right. What about all the innovations on innovative peripherals for N64? What innovative peripherals?
Bro, the transfer pack. Dude, come on, man.
The transfer pack for Pokemon games, the Rumble pack, the memory expansion pack for the N64. We actually had to pop out the old one and put in the new one for like newer games. Yeah, that was it right there.
Yeah.
The Pikachu shit, bro. Pikachu.
Exactly right.
PS1 didn't have. He said that PS1 didn't have a power glove.
Bro, what the fuck?
I mean, if it did, it would probably be used.
Oh my god, buddy got power glove. Jesus Christ.
Nintendo has a history of innovation. They were the first with 3D graphics and continue pushing out groundbreaking games.
True.
That's cute.
Maybe not necessarily on that second part where they said like it's the first with 3D graphics.
Yeah.
Not necessarily, because PlayStation N64 and the Sega Saturn, they're the same console generation. They all had 3D graphics. So that one, yeah, that's kind of a miss on, but on the other 2 points, 100%.
All right. So Ruben says that GoldenEye was dope, no lie. So is Siphon Filter.
Many hours were lost to GoldenEye. Many hours were lost.
I love GoldenEye. and Siphon Filter definitely has a place in my heart. And there, I really wish Sony would revive that franchise. I
I do
really
too.
wish Sony would revive that franchise because I love
A Siphon filter,
Siphon
yeah.
Filter. Yeah.
All right, so Ruben continues, and again, I'm not with him on this. Hell no, choke slamming on top of a cell over clunky ass Revenge. I am not wrong, I mean, bro, you're wrong, bro. Like mind you, like you, I'm the PlayStation guy here, and I'm telling you you're wrong. I can't defend this.
Bro, what the heck, man?
That's too funny,
Bro, what is he's saying? Oh, if it's on the PS1, it's better. No way, bro. Come on.
Okay, so he continues on. The match types alone make SmackDown better. What game has your life bar go down, then flash to super as you've been getting your ass kicked during the game, back to losing? It's like rubber banding and bro. I'm just telling you, man. Like I
Bro.
just, bro. Like honestly, like
Too funny.
Revenge is better, bro. Like, I'm sorry, Revenge is better.
Revenge was phenomenal, man.
Yeah, and look, the SmackDown games are great. Like they're easily the best wrestling games on the PlayStation.
Yes.
But that's small potatoes compared to Revenge and No Mercy, and even WrestleMania 2000. Let me see. Read it. All right, so he said that Nintendo only ever had competition with the Game Gear. Other than that, hands down.
Yeah, but that's talking about handhelds. We're trying to avoid that for tonight.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
So we're gonna do handhelds, huh?
yeah, we're gonna do a hand. Trust me, we will go do handhelds, Ruben. The problem is that if we talk about handhelds now, we'll
get
probably
lost.
we'll get lost,
Real.
and we'll probably
Oh,
stay up.
man.
This will be a 6-7 hour
Yeah,
tier list.
we're gonna be
We
here all
can't-
damn night till tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay, so McKinley's still
We got
going.
shit to do.
He's
Oh
still
snap! All right,
Advent,
Ciphering, get ready.
Advent
Okay,
Children
cool.
Cloud beat Sephiroth solo, and Link got beat by Gandalf in a timeline, and he needed help from Zelda in some games to beat Gandalf.
Wait, is that true?
I
don't think-
don't know. You that's what.
The
Is that too
movie
different?
he's talking about is Advent Children. That's the movie. The Final
Yeah.
Fantasy VII movie is called Advent Children. And Cloud
Yes.
did beat Sephiroth using a 7-piece sword. Not a single blade. A sword that broke into 7 pieces. So it still doesn't count.
Okay.
2, when Link got beat in that alternate timeline, that was a timeline that he was not beat. He actually left and never returned. So Ganondorf never actually beat him in that timeline. He just left and didn't return. Also, those
okay.
times that Zelda had to help him, it was still one other person, not 2 others like Cloud needed in Final Fantasy VII. So, mic drop.
Here to come back here.
Don't come at me with that, man. I know what I'm talking about.
Oh damn!
Speaking of Smash, thanks, Ruby. I seem to remember that Gandalf was killed by Smash final boss Sephiroth, killed it in one hit. So
Really? You're going to talk about like a pre-rendered cutscene. Thanks.
WrestleMania 2K was trash. Stop it. Well, I remember it being good. I remember it being good.
Dude, let's go to the next generation, dude.
Yes, let's move on. Next one.
Let's go.
So let's go 6th gen.
Okay, let me go back to the timeline. Let me see if there's anything that I might have missed.
Yeah, let's
I
go.
don't think so. Okay, all right.
Yeah, I think this was I think this is about their generation where you start to only see
Yeah.
like 1 or 2 heavy hitters, 3 at the most.
But right now,
but this is actually the last one we're going to see 4. Watch.
okay. Dreamcast.
Dreamcast.
Wants to go first.
I'll go ahead and go first because I actually had a damn Dreamcast for a
Oh
little bit.
man. Okay.
So the Dreamcast, for anybody that knows, is the last console Sega ever made.
Yep.
This poor thing was good for the short lifetime that it had, and it had some nice games. It was CD based. It was actually the first console of this generation, the 6th generation, to have online capability. So it did have a modem that you can attach to the bottom, plug in a phone line, and actually go online with this thing. It did give us Sonic Adventure 1 and 2, which great 3D Sonic games.
Love
they were
them.
on the Dreamcast.
Yeah.
And it also had 4 controller ports, so you had great local multiplayer. And it also had the unique ability that the memory cards were they had little screens and buttons on them, and certain games that gave you mini games to play on the memory card itself. And Not only that, each controller supported not one but two of these VMUs, virtual memory units. And the Dreamcast, great console, but I'm gonna put mine B tier. And the only reason it's not higher was because one, it easily got obliterated by the PlayStation 2 when it came out. And also, the reason it's not lower is because the Dreamcast, right out of the box, could play burned games.
Yeah.
So I like me, like Steve. I never owned one. Biggest mistake in my life. But based on just the sheer number of games on it, and based on just
I gotta see this.
the great games that it had on it. Now it had some flaws, like the controller. I think the controller is garbage. But
What?
other than that, yeah, I didn't like the controller. It was just dumb ass backwards controller. But with that said, with the sheer number of fighting, when it comes to fighting games alone, this thing's getting a B. I just gotta find it. Where the hell is it?
Go
The
down,
Dreamcast,
Right there.
right there.
Okay,
Left
okay.
one. There you go.
Okay, based on the sheer number of
Yeah.
fighting games alone, that thing getting a B. Fucking phenomenal. This is the list of just arcade perfect fighting games. 3D, 2D didn't matter. Like it's just phenomenal. So I'll give it that. Plus Jet Set Radio, Crazy
Yes,
Taxi.
Jet Set Radio. Yes.
Nice some arcade.
Those are some of my favorite games. So I'm gonna give Dreamcast a B.
What about you, Malta?
I only played it one time.
Okay, so he doesn't have a whole lot of experience with it, which is all right.
I shouldn't really say.
Okay.
Well, that's all right.
We're in the same boat when it comes to like
Okay. For me, here's my crap. I just saw it.
yeah, I see it. Is right, go up, left, left.
Okay.
So now it's PS2, right?
All right.
Yeah, after that.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about the PS2 next for
Yeah,
sure.
I was really stuck with what to choose. With the Dreamcast, this may be a surprise, but I'm giving it an A.
Okay.
I'm giving it an A, and the reason why I got to give this an A is once again, it was one of the biggest regrets. And the reason why it's not an S, not because of the longevity, but because the fact that it did break easily. There were a lot of people that I knew that had the Dreamcast that their console would it would break. That's what stopped it from actually getting an S. But a lot of the games, dude, there was one time I was playing back in high school. I had so much fun playing Capcom vs SNK and watching them play Sonic that I invited Hoovy over.
Yeah. That's how
I
I learned about the Dreamcast.
Yes, I said, Hoovy, you have to come with me. It's me. It was me, Havanel, Ryan Chen, and Jerry. I remember vividly, like this was yesterday. We would go after school, right after school, go over to Jerry's house and play the Dreamcast. We had Power Stone, we had Capcom vs SNK 2, we had Sonic, we had some shooter. I can't remember what it was. It was some shooter that we played in 4 players, but the game was just fantastic. Oh, and we played Rival Schools.
Yeah,
we played Rival Schools in that game. Just phenomenal, wonderful, top tier level high quality games. It has to get an A. It was for a short time span, but for that short time span, it never disappointed.
And the short time time span was all because of Sega's past fuck ups. Everything that they did from the peripherals on the Genesis to the Sega Saturn, all that messed up the Dreamcast. And look, probably the PS2 was gonna destroy it anyway, but it deserved a better fate than what Sega gave that console.
Yeah, and that was the heartbreak of it, because the Sega Dreamcast had great games. Like the games were there. And I think, and I honestly think the only problem why it didn't survive was only solely because of the PlayStation brand. I think the brand just killed it.
No. It was
like, the release. The release of the Dreamcast is what killed it. Like they wanted to be the first to come out with a 6th gen console,
That is true. That
as their successor to the Sega Saturn. Like, damn, we got this great console. It's CDs. It uses these VMUs. It can connect to the internet. Da 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 da. And it was great. But the thing is, Sony came up right behind them and said, "Well, and it did everything the Dreamcast faster." Unfortunately,
I mean,
it was sad to watch.
But to me, Sega's the one that killed the Dreamcast.
Really?
It was all their poor decision making that ended up messing up that console.
that shit came out too early, bro.
Oh, so you think
Yeah.
it was too early for its time? Why it didn't survive?
Because that shit needed to come out in sync with the other consoles in the 2000s.
Wait, hold on. Are you guys saying that if it just came out later, that it would have survived?
I don't. Me
It
personally,
probably would have had a bigger impact than it did.
And Ruben says right here, I think also what hurt. I do think that the
fact that you can pirate games killed it.
hurt it too. It hurt it too. But I'm telling you, the number one thing was Sega's mismanagement.
No,
Like-
well, the reason why I kind of disagree with you guys is because I don't necessarily think that the Dreamcast would have survived, because we already had 3 consoles when Microsoft decided to come up with the Xbox.
That was a year. That was like a year or two later.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Okay, but
Xbox,
but even with that, when Microsoft came out with
Bro.
the Xbox and Nintendo had the GameCube, where in the world would Sega had fit in that place if they decided to come later?
If Dreamcast would have came out in 2001, Xbox would not have came out. Period, bro. That shit came out to replace the Dreamcast.
Do you guys agree with that?
No, because you remember Jet Set Radio Future was only on Xbox. And I don't know what the main, because he's not wrong. He's definitely not wrong. But to me, I think the Dreamcast was doomed no matter what. It was doomed no matter what.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think if it came later, it would have necessarily saved it.
Listen,
No.
brother,
There was no saving the Dreamcast, no matter what. Like, no matter when it came out or anything like that. But I'm just saying that had they waited a little bit longer, it probably would have had maybe a slightly larger impact than it did. But either way, it still would have been Sega's last console, hands down.
And another thing you have to take into account, I don't know how much this would have affected it.
Uh-huh.
But you remember, they made their own sports game, and their sports games were fucking great. Like,
Oh yes,
2K,
yes,
2K, the 2K games were great.
yes.
And we know how EA handles competition. They can't handle it.
Ugh,
So
they can't.
So EA games never came out on Dreamcast. I don't think EA released games on Dreamcast, and EA even back then was still a huge company.
Mm-hmm.
So not having the EA games hurt it too. But ultimately, to me, it was just the combination of the PS2 launching out, and remember, it was a huge launch for the PS2 when it came to like marketing and stuff like that. You had all the mismanagement going on currently, all the failures of the past console. It was dead on arrival, and it deserved a better fate than that.
So do you also think it would have been doomed even if it came out later?
No
Yeah,
way,
yeah.
bro.
I actually do think it was just delaying the inevitable. And if it came out later, we may not have gotten like Shenmue or some of the other games that came out later on the console. Or, you know what I mean? So yeah, it was just
bro.
yeah, it was
That's
just
all
unfortunate.
hypothetical.
We'll
Yeah.
never know.
Yeah, we'll never know.
Never know, man.
Yeah,
Unfortunately.
but what you said though, Seafrin, that would have changed the whole gaming industry as a whole, because if it did survive, and who knows, they would probably still make consoles to this day if they were able to at least hang with the other guys.
I don't think so. I mean,
No?
like Javi said, it just would have been delaying the inevitable, but I think we still would have gotten like a little bit of time out of it, because there's still people that enjoyed it when it came out.
Correct.
And still to this day, they enjoy it because of what it offered at the time. So do I think, it would have been a huge impact? Absolutely not. It still would have been Sega's last console.
Oh wow.
Definitely.
But would it have been received a little bit better had it come out a little bit later? Maybe, but it would have still been their last console, and they would still not have anything out today because of that.
Oh, okay.
All right, moving on to the PlayStation 2. Now,
Yes.
I will go first.
Sure.
Now,
Here we go.
I have one console in S tier.
Right now.
I have two consoles on S tier.
Yep.
To me, this is my favorite console of all time. Like, and there's so much that goes into it when it came to like this was the first console that my mom bought it, but this was the first one that I bought, that I actually bought games on, right? This was the console I had when I first got my first job. So,
right.
Buying games on it, owning the games that I had.
It holds a place in your heart.
Yes. Plus, when you look at the library, it's the library just immense.
For sure.
Grand Theft Auto, the Tekken games, the continuation of the Tekken games.
Yep.
Metal Gear Solid 2,
and 3.
And 3. King of Fighters, Capcom vs SNK. The list goes on and on and on. Yep. This is my favorite console of all time, so this has to be an S tier. So,
okay.
All right.
It has to be an S tier. It's I remember when I sold it. It hurt. It hurt because it was like I needed the money at the time because I was already fully invested in the PS3 and stuff like that. It hurt my heart, and it's the only console that I would consider rebuying, even with some of the flaws, like the memory card. I hate memory cards. I fucking hate memory cards, but
I love them.
I don't get it. That's weird. But
this generation was the start of moving away from memory cards and moving on to like hard drive saves, which we'll see on one of the next consoles we talk about. But for me, PlayStation 2, definitely S tier. This thing was an absolute monster when it came out. It had one of the longest lifespans of any console. The amount of titles that came out for this thing, some iconic titles, some iconic franchises, either continued here on the PlayStation 2 or flat out started on the PlayStation 2. I will tell you, Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2, if you have not played those, you've definitely missed out. Great melding of Final Fantasy and Disney, which I never thought would ever happen, but it did. And it was great. The fact that the console, the original fat version, we're not talking about like the thinner versions that came out afterwards, but the original fat version also had the slot in the back where you could put in a modem for online play,
which I never did because I was too broke.
I actually knew a guy who had the PS2 with the modem and hard drive 2-in-1 that they released toward the end of the life cycle. Because he played Final Fantasy 11 online, purely online through his PlayStation 2.
Wow.
So yes, the PlayStation 2 is definitely an S tier console. Putting it anywhere else would be a slap in the face to all that console did in its very long lifespan for the gaming community as a whole.
You heard that, Malta?
Dude.
That was funny.
I don't know. This guy thinks I'm a Sony hater. I'm only a PS1 hater. So amazing, bro. What the fuck?
What's your thoughts on PS2 then?
Dude. I don't know, man. Okay, I play that shit a lot, of course. I mean, in that time in the 2000s of the 50 people, I went to their house and they had any console of that generation. Like 42 of them were PS2, bro.
There you go.
I like almost everyone I knew that had a video game console. The first one they got was a PS2. Before the other ones. I'm telling you, brother, I play that shit to death at all my friends' house. I got one, dude, when they were still coming out with games. And I have to say, first and foremost, I mean, it's pretty disappointing that there's no, 4 players, because that was the only console that generation with no 4 players.
I mean, it had multi-tap, but you're right there. You're right there.
Dude, I played with this guy that he was like 7, so he was like 6 years older than me. And when these games were coming out, he was huge into GTA and Metal Gear Solid and all these games, bro. Like I played all those iconic games, like Cooper, 1, 2, and 3. I played all that shit, bro. And
There you go.
I'm going to have to say, dude, that it's an A, bro.
What? Really?
Whoa!
I'm 100%.
The multiplayer. Okay.
I'm with him on that. I'm with him. I have it at S tier, but I can rock with that.
You okay with that, having like you have no problems with it?
Yeah, I can rock with that. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
What about you?
I'm just saying what I honestly believe, but I think that's the truth, to be honest.
Is it only because of the multiplayer, or do you?
Yeah.
That's like
I
the
think
bottom.
that the single player. I mean, dude, like it's really cool, like single player, and I'm gonna be honest, even like the 2-player games, like it's good for like 2-player multiplayer. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But like,
yeah,
to be honest,
but you wouldn't having like huge parties wrapped around this thing,
bro. All I'm saying, dude, is that the 4-player multiplayer was like huge for me when consoles were coming out. So there's always like, you know, I care about that more than like RPGs. That's all I'll say, bro. I think it's an A.
Okay, I can rock with that. That's cool.
Party games, man. That's where it's at.
What about you, Steve?
All right. So for me, this was pretty much a no-brainer. Like you, Seafring, and you, Hoovy. This was pretty much a no-brainer, and it's pretty obvious where I'm going to go with this. Oh, hold on, I didn't share it yet. So this was another great generation, by the way. That had so many games after game. But before,
it's my favorite console generation. That one.
Yeah. And remember how you mentioned how Grand Theft Auto like really, like touched you. There was 2 games that came out for PS2 where I said I needed to have a PS2, and if it wasn't, I might as well just not play games anymore. There were 2 games. Now there are other games, but there were 2 games that had a special place in my heart. One of them was Metal Gear Solid, and
hell yeah, bro! I played all those shits, bro.
Dude, I remember it would be me and Seafring, and Seafring was one of the guys that also convinced me of how great this game was. This was before I had a PS2, way before I had even the PS2. And Seafring was just constantly, day after day after day, was telling me how special this game was, how great, how fantastic this game was. Metal Gear Solid 2 still till this day holds a special place in my heart, despite the fact that you didn't control Solid Snake later on in the game. But it was completely revolutionary as far as the gameplay goes. Completely revolutionary.
And graphics. I remember the first time looking at this game graphically, I'm like, whoa.
Yes. Yes. Seafring said the exact same thing. Like, it just completely revolutionary. And I remember having this discussion with you too, about how the graphically was so revolutionary. I couldn't tell when it was time to play.
Yeah. You would get lost and be like, yo, when does the cutscene end and gameplay start?
Yeah.
Exactly. And there was another game that did that to me. Final Fantasy X.
Yep.
Final Fantasy X. There were moments in the game where I put the controller down, and when the cutscene was over, I thought I was still in the cutscene.
You just forget.
Yes, because I was just so in awe with the graphics, man. The graphics was just phenomenal at its time. And when you look at it now, the graphics don't look bad. I mean, like I still like the look of it. Well, go ahead.
No, like the graphically, this is where I feel like not obviously gaming graphically has peaked, but I feel like if we have a console nowadays that perform this type of graphic, obviously it has to look better, a little bit better, but I would be okay with it. As long as we got back to the quality of the game that we got back then.
Not for nothing, this video you're watching is actually the HD remaster. So,
this one is.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. It says HD remaster.
Better than this, huh?
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
so
okay,
the
okay.
game actually did not look like this. This is actually like a re-release later on where they
Okay.
put in HD graphics.
Yeah.
Right.
But
Bro,
overall, I will say that between this game and uh like this game and Kingdom Hearts, graphic wise, I think they were the ones that pushed the PS2 to their absolute limit
Oh,
in
really?
terms of graphical capability, the use of the available hardware. Because from a visual standpoint, you could just tell better than this would need a better machine.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
these were the games that showcased the PS2 at its best. Was Final Fantasy X, Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2. Like graphically, these were the ones that showcased the console at its best.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And then of course, later on, with Tekken 5 and
Of
other
course.
other games. So with all that being said, we had two special games that I just love so much. Where's Speed
Mhm.
still at? Where's
You're. I think you were there. You're there.
You want one of the purple ones
uh, crap? I can't find it. Or here,
right there.
here, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
I mean, it's
all
the
right.
Slim, but it counts. It's a PS2.
Yeah, it counts. I'm giving it an S. I have to give it
Yep.
an S. The games were great. I was never. I remember. I don't think I had ever owned a PS2 game, at least for me, where I was actually disappointed.
Yeah,
Every
it
single
was.
yes,
Mhm.
every single PS2 game that I bought, Jack and Dexter, Metal Gear, Final
So many.
Fantasy, they were just constant, great, fantastic game. Capcom vs SNK 2 when it was ported over to PS2. So many great games. I freaking love this console. If you could rank it any higher, I would. If there was like an S plus or whatever, I would give it that.
Okay.
Excellent console.
Is it your favorite console of all time? Yeah,
I think
if you're gonna
so.
put
I
it
think
in,
so.
if you're
Yes,
gonna put
yes,
S
yes,
tier,
yes,
S
yes.
tier, yeah. All right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yes.
All right.
definitely up there.
Now let me address this real quick, and then we can move on. Ruben said that why is the Genesis so low? What's wrong with y'all? I think he's talking to me because I have the Genesis and the
Yeah, let me see it. Where was yours again?
I
I
had
think it's time to
Genesis
talk
and
about
B.
the
Wow,
the
GameCube,
B.
not the Genesis.
Yeah, but like B, like y'all act like B is a bad grade.
Bro,
You know what I'm saying? Y'all act like B is a bad grade. It's not a bad grade.
It's a passing grade.
Yeah, it's a great grade. It is. Okay. And McKinley said that MGS2 predicted the future as well. Scary.
Yeah, there were a lot of story aspects in Metal Gear Solid 2 that mirror a lot of what happened after the game came out in the real world, which is which is what he's talking about. It's pretty scary how a game is supposed to be fictitious, it's supposed to be that escape from reality, and then here it is smacking you in the face with the hardest dose of reality,
Yeah.
even before it even happens.
Who wants to go first on the GameCube?
I'll go first because
Yeah.
I actually
Here we
had
go.
that day one release.
oh hell yeah,
Oh
bro.
yeah.
So
Oh,
I
boy.
will
Hell
tell
yeah.
you this. I loved my GameCube. I got it on first
This
day
man is an
release.
OG.
I waited in line for this thing early. I bought it. It was great. I had some great games on it. It was weird to see it when they first developed it because I remember the console back when it was in development. It was called Project Dolphin.
Yeah, I remember. I definitely remember.
I remember that too.
I was looking at the newest information on it, and then when they changed it to GameCube, I'm like, what the hell is a GameCube?
Yeah,
And then I saw pictures, and I'm like, what the hell is this thing?
yeah,
And I'm looking at pictures of it. I'm like, it's literally a box.
yeah.
Now, when it did come out, I did get one, and I played this thing, and it is great, absolutely great. Great games, great graphics for the generation. You were disappointed by Final Fantasy 12, Steve. Nice try.
Nice. I never mentioned anything about 12. I said Final Fantasy 10. I never mentioned 12.
Well, you
said 10.
you loved
said
every
10.
game on the PS2, and he's calling you
Said
out.
10.
That's all he's doing.
Oh,
So,
okay.
Controller wise, it was great as well. It it brought Nintendo back down to a more simple design for controllers after the fiasco apparently with the N64 controller. The GameCube had a more traditional style controller. Had some great games that I very much enjoy. A big one for me was Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker.
Yeah.
Which
hell yeah, bro. Hell yeah.
Absolutely fantastic from beginning to end.
And people shit on that game too when it first came out. Before it came out.
For the graphic style that they used, they gave it crap. But when people actually sat down and played it, they finally saw like, damn, this is a really solid flipping game. Like,
I'm talking about Zelda, right?
Really,
yeah.
The Wind Waker. Resident Evil 4 first came out on the GameCube, which was such a huge departure from the traditional Resident Evil games, but it's so good.
Yeah, me and Steve were talking about that on the podcast.
Yeah.
Resident Evil 4 is fantastic. It got its start on the GameCube. Yeah. It was only afterwards that we saw a PS2 version and then later versions after that. But what did throw me off originally was the fact that it had those smaller discs. It was like a mini disc. So I would have ranked it much higher, but because of more of the technical limitations of creating this cube-like controller and using those half-disc style games, I actually put it at B.
Oh wow!
Whoa!
Yes.
I think he's trolling. Let me see the chart. I think you're trolling. Let me see the chart.
Okay, give me a second.
No way. After all the stuff that you was talking back in high school and even afterwards, saying how the GameCube was such an amazing console.
Hold on, bro. This guy was saying so great.
All right. But okay, there we go.
Limitations.
So here we go. That's where I put it.
Right here. I'm surprised. I thought you would have it at least at A.
I would have had it at an A, but unfortunately, when it came to hardware, out of all the consoles that came out in that generation, the PlayStation 2 as well as the Xbox, from a hardware technical standpoint, it could not keep up. It had great graphics, but because the games had to fit on such a small disc, they couldn't be the great epics that you would see on the PS2 or the Xbox, and that's why I put it lesser.
Cause I remember the first time I met you in high school, you were a big advocate for the GameCube.
Yes,
you were a big advocate for the GameCube. That's why I was surprised you have it at B. But I applaud you. I applaud you because you realized, as great as it was, that they had some limitations that hurt. Oh, wait, you're muted.
His mute, bro.
Oh, you muted. I'm sorry, you muted
yourself.
Sorry.
All right, you're good.
I don't know why the hell it keeps muting me automatically, but anyway, so it's for that reason that I didn't put it higher. Now, is it ever going to be lower than that for me? Never in a million years, because again, it had so many great games that again either were continuations that were started on an earlier Nintendo console, or they got their start right here on the GameCube.
Yeah.
But again, because of the technical limitations of the actual hardware itself, and the fact that the games were on these mini discs, which means what would normally fit on a large regular size CD would essentially have to be cut in half and put on a smaller disc, so you didn't get as much content on a single disc as you would, say, on a PlayStation 2 or the Xbox.
Yeah.
So great console, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But because of those limitations, it's not that much higher on my tier list.
Okay. Steve, are you there, or I know your camera's acting wonky?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, my camera's acting up once again. I'm trying to fix it.
Okay. All right, no problem. All right. While you do that, Malta, what's your thoughts on the GameCube? I know you love this thing.
So, I mean, the first thing I'm gonna say is like the 4-player multiplayer, bro. I think the GameCube is the best one of all consoles.
Oh, so he's your favorite one of all time?
Well, I mean, like, I'm talking about like the local multiplayer right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, like, that is like my favorite part. So, you know, that matters a lot to me with games like Donkey Konga, freaking Mario Party. There's 4 of them, dude.
For sure.
Super Monkey Ball 1 and 2. I played the Zelda Four Swords Adventure with
Mhm.
the cables and the Game Boys.
I always wanted to play that.
But
It was great.
I used to do shit like that, bro, and like play 4 players and like and Pac-Man, the Game Boy Advance link cable shit. That's another thing that's really cool, bro. The link cable. There's a lot of like that's like the coolest accessory ever, bro. Like better than like the Sega CD and shit like that. Way better than the fucking Kinect for Xbox 360. Dude, I'm telling you right now, like I had a lot of fun with that shit. I mean, honestly, I was just a kid, so I didn't really know how to use it for all the games.
Yeah.
But I did have a lot of fun with Zelda, as well as a couple other games, bro. Fucking Pac-Man, bro. That shit is righteous.
Yeah.
Freaking,
A lot of great
bro,
games under.
dude, like
For
this
sure.
single player. Bro, honestly, listen, man, I'm gonna make a comparison right now, bro. Like, honestly, I really think that the PS2 had like really good first like party exclusives, but I still think that Nintendo had like even better the what's it called, like the first party games.
Yeah, the first party games is yeah, like the titles and franchises that they developed themselves, like your Zeldas, your Marios, your
Bro,
Mario Kart, stuff like that.
Zelda.
Yeah, the
I
thing is that Nintendo they mastered that way back in the early days. Like back in the NES and SNES is where Nintendo really mastered the ability to use their own in-house franchises and develop great titles for these consoles that they end up making that no one can really compete. I mean, Sony doesn't have any like
first
first
party
titles. Like, yeah, they don't have any first party titles. Microsoft doesn't even have, like, their biggest thing was Halo when it when it came out on the Xbox, and that's not even a first party title for Microsoft. That was actually made by another studio. So Nintendo's really are the masters when it comes to first party software for consoles.
Steve, what's your thoughts on the GameCube?
Yeah,
Where
the
you putting
game.
Wait, bro, I didn't give it a grade.
Oh, what was
Okay.
your
Malta's got to give his grade. Let's go.
Whatever, bro. I'm gonna skip all that shit. I'm gonna say that shit, the GameCube, bro, it's the greatest console of all time. That shit is the S.
Whoa, nice.
He puts it at the top, the
Puts that
pinnacle.
thing at the top, the cream of the crop. Wow. Okay. All right. So
I
for
felt
me,
it as Izzy was talking about it. I could feel that he was going to put it at the S.
Yeah, we know.
All right. So for me, I love the GameCube and Seaframe, man. Like the memories that I had with you, Seaframe. Let me tell you something.
They were built around this thing.
Having blames you. Having blames you for brainwashing me. He said you were. He literally said, Steve, I think Steve brainwashed you.
But here's the thing. No, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, because I'm gonna put. I'll tell you my story and then I'm gonna put my score in a second. But go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So he said that you brainwashed me because I was such a big guy, such a big advocate for the PlayStation 2. But then when you convinced me how great the GameCube was, I gave it a chance even more than I did before. And then you convinced me how great Zelda was. It was because of you that why I actually gave Zelda a chance. Because I thought it was going to be this great big 3D.
Which is weird because you should have played Link to the Past.
I have Link to the Past.
Now, if you want to talk about a single Zelda title that beats all the others, that's the one.
Wind Waker.
Wind
Waker.
You at least got to play that. If you're a Zelda fan, you at least got.
Wind Waker is the best Zelda. It's better than Ocarina of Time. It's better than Skyward Sword.
Link to the Past is the Zelda game. Everything else that came after picked and choose different aspects of Link to the Past and built on it. But Link to the Past is where it started.
I think Ocarina of Time was probably the best one out of all of them.
That's the one on the GameCube, bro.
I think Okinawa Time probably. It's a hard choice. It's really a hard decision between the two, but
No,
those are
I'm
my
just saying that
top two.
you should never have been convinced to play Zelda. Like you should wanted to play since Link to the Past. That's what I mean.
Yeah. I know.
Yeah.
The thing is, I had dismissed it because of the way it looked, and
Nah.
yeah, but then I played it and I thought the game was phenomenal. The GameCube, one of the most special games on the GameCube was Wind Waker, Smash Brothers, obviously. Oh my gosh, Smash Brothers Melee,
Smash
that
Brothers.
was just revolutionary. I mean, the voice acting, the
Everything.
everything about that game.
The
And
hours synced into that game.
yeah, and like I said, that was the game um that really made me feel like, wow, this is probably one of the greatest fighting games of all time. That
Still
game,
is.
one of the great, and it's still till this day still has a huge community. The
Hmm.
community, for that franchise is just phenomenal. The remake of Resident Evil, fantastic. Resident Evil Zero, fantastic. Remake of Metal Gear Solid,
Twin
like
Snakes.
yes, Twin Snakes,
Yeah.
and I love the Metroid series.
Metroid
The
Prime.
Oh my gosh, Metroid Prime 1 and 2, F Zero. What game am I missing? I'm sure I'm missing a couple of games, but I really wish I could give it an S,
Hmm.
but instead I'm giving it an A.
Okay.
So it's
All
it's a
right.
bit it's a bit higher than you. If there was the way I could give it an A plus, I would do that. I would
Right.
definitely give it like an A plus. Um, the only reason why it can't get an S is because it did not have as much games as the PS2, obviously,
Right.
and like you mentioned, the disc. I felt like the graphics could have been even more powerful if they used the regular disc like the Xbox and the PlayStation 2.
Hmm.
But I was never disappointed. The GameCube is a phenomenal console. I love the look of it.
Hmm.
Very different from the other two. So it holds a special place in my heart. It has to get an A.
Okay. All right. Now let me go. Now, in my younger years,
Hmm.
I would have given this thing.
No, but before you continue, you said you was going to share something.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm going to. But it
Oh,
all
okay.
goes. It all ties in.
Okay.
When in my younger years, in my high school days, I would have put this at a D. Right?
Damn.
Wow.
I would have put this at a
Wow.
D.
Hmm.
Now,
No,
because
but
it's
he
like,
said in his earlier years.
yeah,
Let's
in my
talk
younger
about
years.
now.
Yeah. Now, regarding Dark, right? I remember I did tell Steve that this dude brainwashed you into thinking that this console is great. I did tell him that.
Yes.
Hmm.
As I got older, I grew a much more of a appreciation for the console. Now, I will totally admit I do not like this controller. I don't like this controller at all. I think it's
Okay.
the most overrated controller ever made.
My gosh.
Yeah,
I've already gone through this. We don't have to rehash it.
Okay.
With that said, when my sister bought one, right, that's when I started seeing kind of the brilliance of this console, right? Obviously, it had the 4 ports. It had Double Dash, which is one of my second favorite Mario Kart of all time, just behind the Super Nintendo, the original,
Hmm.
right? It's my favorite one. The wrestling games on there were actually very good on there, right?
Hmm.
When it comes to like the stuff like Mario, Sunshine, Wind Waker, the Nintendo, like their core titles,
Right.
I feel like this was the last time Nintendo tried to innovate in their software. I'm not saying their software is not great now, but I felt like they took more risk with their main franchise, like Metroid Prime, right?
That was a
Like,
huge risk
yeah,
to turn it into a first-person shooter from a side-scrolling platformer.
yeah,
That I completely agree. That is a huge risk, but it ended up paying off.
yeah. But
Absolutely.
I would like them to make. I would like to see what Metroid Prime 4 is. We keep
Uh,
getting,
you and me both.
yeah, we keep getting pushed back on that. Now,
Yeah, that's a problem.
in my new
bro,
when it
can you
comes
move
to
it away from D already, bro? Like,
no. I will. Now,
It's hurting me to see it there.
I know. But now,
Yeah.
now that I have a greater appreciation for the console, and plus considering how I felt about Nintendo's latest offering.
You better not give it a C.
No. I'm going to move this. I'm going to move this to a B. I'll move this to a B. Now there
Okay.
are aspects of the console that I don't like, but when it comes to the first party games, the third party games, and this overall like the feel of the console, I think this was a brilliantly made console by Nintendo, and it's actually the last Nintendo console that I really liked.
Okay.
Even though my high school days, I acted like a dipshit to it, but I appreciate it for what it is now. So
Not a problem.
Yeah.
Now, I would want to add something to this.
Mm-hmm.
I know that there's a big thing now with the newer consoles, the PlayStation, the Xboxes, and everything. With when it comes to wireless controllers,
Yeah. Oh,
the GameCube had the best wireless controller
Oh, yeah.
ever made.
yeah.
The Wavebird
especially
is the
up to
best
that point.
wireless controller ever made.
Especially up to that point, because every
No,
other wireless controller.
After that point,
No. I agree with you.
there's great wireless controllers now. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But even by today's standards, the Wavebird is the pinnacle. That is the top of the pyramid.
I agree with you, but you have to remember back in the day when you had the Mad Cats and all the other bullshit.
When you had all these other garbage things, down from the heavens, Nintendo gave us the Wavebird.
Yes.
And it is still the best wireless controller ever made.
It's a great wireless controller. I agree with you there.
Absolutely the best.
So who wants to go first on the Xbox?
All right, I guess I'll go first.
Hold on, let me read. Okay, McKinley, please drop this. McKinley, stop.
My man can't handle facts. That's all it is. He can't handle facts.
Read it.
And dude said Cloud had helped. So did Link in final bosses with all these characters. Four friends from
Breath of the Wild.
All
right.
Which is
I think he got you, Seafring.
I'm gonna shut that one down right now.
Snap! Here we go.
First of all, Cloud had two other people on his team since the start of the game, not only on the final boss. Second of all, those are different characters in different games. Midna was from Twilight Princess, Fi was from Skyward Sword, Navi was from Ocarina of Time, Zelda was in Wind Waker, and four friends in Breath of the Wild. I'm sorry, if you played Breath of the Wild, Link is alone, totally and utterly alone, and still managed to take down everything that was thrown at him. So I'm sorry, but you fail again.
Oh, snap.
Okay.
Man, this would have been such a great debate, between the two of you. Because I just wanted him to get somewhat of experience that I had to deal with when I told you that Brave Prince and Musashi would have beaten Link. But man, this dude was just killing me, man. He was just killing me. But hey, it's cool.
All right.
All right. So
Xbox. All right. So when it comes to the first foray into the home console market for Microsoft, I will say that the Xbox is great. It is, albeit absolutely huge, and their Duke controller is the most obnoxiously huge controller I've ever seen in my life. It was big for no reason.
Don't get me started with that.
I don't understand why they made it so.
I have big hands. All right, most men have big hands, and this thing felt like it was gonna crush me.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Like, it's so obnoxiously big for no flipping reason.
That's true.
Anyway, besides that, you did have some great titles on it. Obviously, I mentioned it before. The Halo series is iconic when it comes to rewriting what it is to have a single player first person narrative that was not only put you in the Spartan armor, but made you feel like you were Master Chief. That started on the Xbox.
Yeah.
All right. You have your Jet Set Radio Futures. You have all these great games. And to add insult to injury, it also had 4 controller ports.
Mm-hmm.
And it was also, see, that whole multiplayer, it means something. But then you also add on to the fact that it had a built-in hard drive for your saved games,
yes,
which was the first console to do that. Everything, including the PlayStation 2, the Dreamcast, and the GameCube, still use memory cards. Xbox was the first one to let you save your data directly onto the hard drive itself.
Right.
And that's why, for me, the Xbox console, with its great library of games and its technical advancements, even over the same gen consoles, sits at A for me.
Oh, yeah. Hey, wow.
I'm gonna have to give a little pushback
Mm-hmm.
because I know Hoovy mentioned how he hated the memory cards. I think when they implemented that you could save your save data onto the console, it did bring convenience to the player, but it also brought inconvenience. And let me explain how. You have to remember, online wasn't the standard back then. Online started to become the standard with the 360 when the 360 came out. More and more people started to play online the next generation.
Right.
So therefore, because you were able to save on your console, it was difficult for you to maneuver or make it when you wanted to play at somebody else's house, all you had to do was to bring in a memory card.
Yes, I agree with you on that. However, I'm going to do my pushback on that because the Xbox still had the capability of using memory cards. They just weren't widely used, but you can put in a memory card into the controller and copy your saved data from the hard drive to the memory card and then transfer it over to someone else's console. It had that capability.
I never knew that they had memory cards.
Because it was never widely used or even widely known, but the Xbox did have that capability.
But you see, that was their fault because a lot of people didn't know that you could do that. Because I remember when I would go to like game rooms and we would have people do competitions, because I did that even back then. People brought in their Xboxes and they were complaining that they had to bring their Xbox.
Maybe at first, but I know that at some point in time they did come out with memory cards for the Xbox as their way of saying my bad when it came to people giving them the only opportunity to save was onto the hard drive.
Yeah, but I thought,
But the thing is that by the time they did that, the 360 was already on the horizon and online was starting to be a huge thing. You have to keep in mind the PlayStation 2, the Dreamcast, and the GameCube had online capabilities. So did the Xbox. It wasn't huge at the time, but you could see it starting to build then. So the time of memory cards and passing data from one person's house to another very quickly was being phased out. And then with the next generation, it was gone completely.
Yeah, it was gone completely. And I remember even the 360 had a couple of memory cards too, but only for like a very, very, very short time span.
Exactly.
But I'm just saying though that at the time it was very convenient to bring a memory card with you opposed to a whole entire console. At least back then, it was very convenient just to have a save there because we would do that in school as well. Having it was there, people would bring in their memory cards, on Tekken or Smash Brothers, so we could play with more characters. It was really a convenience at the time. That's why I still love memory cards till this day.
All right. Let me go. Fuck memory cards. All right. I'm sorry. Every time when I put in the memory card, and I knew it went in a weird way. There was a certain feeling that you got when you kind of knew that the memory card was effed up, and I'm like, crap. Like I gotta go get another one. All my stuff is gone. That's one of the main reasons why I like the Xbox a lot. Now, the Xbox is not perfect under any circumstances.
No.
That the Duke. Now look, I ended up being able to use the Duke. I don't hate the Duke, but it's a big controller, giant controller,
obnoxiously big.
Yes. No, for no reason. And while I would say that their first party lineup outside of Halo and I think Forza, and there's some other games too, but the first party stuff the exclusive stuff that they have on there is not great. Pales in comparison to Dreamcast, PlayStation, and GameCube, right? Like outside of Halo. But with that said, when it came to the third party games, it played the game the best out of all of them. Played the best out of all of them. Like Burnout, I love Burnout, and I remember Randy bringing it over. I think he had it on the Xbox, and I tried my hardest not to. Because remember, I'm a PlayStation fanboy at the time.
Right.
I tried my hardest not to notice the major difference in frames per second. I couldn't deny it.
Mhm.
The vast majority of the game played better on it, and the Xbox. The most important thing about Xbox is that to me, it is the console that bridged the gap between the 6th generation and 7th generation.
Yes.
So, with that said, let me get to my tier list here.
Mm-hmm.
With all that said, I'm going to give the Xbox.
Oh boy.
Nothing here. I'm going to give it. I know I can find it. Like, come on.
To the right.
To the right.
To the right. More,
Oh, there
more,
we go.
more. There it is.
I'm going to give this thing. Hold on. Let me go up.
Oh, C. Wow.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave it at C.
Oh,
Okay.
After all that, the console became average.
It's no. I don't want to say average. I don't want to say average.
It's
Because,
average.
like,
That's what a C is. No,
You
that's
said
what a C is.
average,
Let me explain.
bro.
That's average, dude. It's an average console.
Dude, you got all those consoles at B and none at D, bro. C is like shit.
Yeah,
No,
it's in the middle.
Look, to me, the console had a lot of good things going for it.
Okay.
I judge consoles based on library. I judge it based on library. Now, and as much as it played those games better on that console than it did on the PS2, the facts are I can play all those games on the PS2, right?
Okay.
And when it came to the Xbox, I wasn't the biggest fan of Halo. I think if I had given it more of a chance, I probably would have got good at it. I like the later Halo games for some reason, but the earlier ones I never really gave it a chance, right? So when it came to the console in general, for me, it's an important console in the history of gaming, but the reason why it gets a C is because it has too many things going against it. Plus, the industry in general wasn't pro Xbox like that. Like I remember, like when Tony Hawk 3 came out, it was on the Xbox, but it had no online. It had online on the PlayStation. So there were some companies that still weren't seeing didn't use the Xbox to its fullest potential. So I'm gonna leave it at C. I think it's still an important console. It's a very good console, especially when you mod it. It's a great console, but
Yes.
for what it was at the time, I had to give it a C.
Okay.
All right.
What about you, Malta?
Okay, so I didn't have the Xbox. I had only one friend that had the Xbox, and I played games like NASCAR and the Tomb Raider, which I also played on the PS2, as well as Halo, which I really liked.
Yeah, Halo was ahead of its time. I can never deny that. It was ahead of its time when it came to first-person shooting on console.
Yeah, I concur with that.
What the hell? We didn't use the big controller, we used the little ones.
Yeah, the Xbox. I think the S controller.
Bro, the Xbox is
Or the regular ass controller.
Bro. That shit is a D. That's a weak ass console, bro. For real.
The Xbox.
He gave it a D. Wow.
D. Barely passing.
Barely freaking passing, man. Jeez, dude.
I can understand it though, for sure.
Bro, come on, man. This is.
All right. Well, McKinley not dropping this. He said that he still had help.
Oh, dude.
Oh my gosh, he's not giving it up, man.
Look, it sucks to be wrong, bro.
Bro.
Ruben said that NASCAR and Tomb Raider, this man really never had an Xbox. Yeah, he said he never had one. So
yeah, exactly.
All right. Well, since Microsoft decided to, huh?
I really think it was a C, bro. I figured you guys were gonna say like, "Oh, he's trolling."
we thought you were. I thought you.
We think you're trolling now with that D, but still.
I think I had I also played games like Fable and shit, bro. I didn't like it,
Oh,
but
I remember Fable. Yeah.
yeah, honestly, man, I think that the Xbox is good. It's probably like right there with the Dreamcast. You know, they both had like arcade and online shit. And I think that it's similar. And honestly, bro, like that shit was pretty decent. It's like a
As many times the Xbox got stolen.
that shit was sick, bro, for real.
That's funny.
Because,
All right. So for
Got me
me,
cracking up here.
I here's the Xbox right here,
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
and I'm going to give this Xbox a C. And
Average.
average. This is an average console to me. And the reason why is because of one reason. This controllers.
The Duke.
holy shit, bro! I never fucking played with that thing, man,
I,
Listen,
It's
I'm,
scary how big they flipping are.
bro.
I am sorry, but these controllers, the Xbox original Duke
Yeah,
controller,
got
is
to be joking,
atrocious.
bro. What
no,
the
It's
fuck is
atrocious.
that, bro? I got
before
big
Le- le-
ass
le-
hands. I
le-
cannot wrap my hands around that shit, bro. How the
wait,
hell you gonna press that white ass button, bro? If you're
Dude,
wait.
eh,
Hold on, Steve. Before you continue, I have to point this out from Ruben because he's right here. Soundtracks to your games, come on, like a radio in the car during
bro,
Forza, like putting your own music in there. That was the first console to do that.
dude, come on, bro. Look at that controller, dude. You gotta be joking, bro.
here,
What the fuck is that thing,
here's the thing, right? I'm glad that they were able to change the controller. I never knew that they made it smaller.
bro?
I never knew that they did
Yeah.
until later on to the
They
next
made the smaller
generation.
version. They needed to.
However, I'm glad that they listened to the complaints. But the thing is, for me, the reason why I gave it a C, despite the fact that it was a much powerful console than the PS2, the GameCube, and the Dreamcast, the thing is because the controllers were so big, I couldn't enjoy the games.
Yeah.
It was a huge interference where even the only game that I was able to actually were able to at least somewhat enjoy was the original Halo game. I was at awe when I was playing it at Best Buy. I think it was at Best Buy I was playing it.
Hmm.
And I couldn't believe how phenomenal, the game was. But as far as everything else, the controller made it too difficult to play. And because it was too difficult to play, I couldn't enjoy any other game that was on there. So because of that, because of the poor experience that I had with this console, it gets a C, and that's what it is, and that's where it's going to stay.
All right. Okay, all
All right.
right, all right. No problem, no problem there. Okay, so speaking since Microsoft gave up on the Xbox so quickly, I get multiple left for a second. All right, yeah. So since they gave up on the Xbox so quickly, we got the Xbox three. We got the Xbox 360. Hold on, let me add them back in.
Yeah, but now we're pushing to the next generation.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And
All right,
let me start with the 360. All right,
All right.
I'm going to give the Xbox
A console
360.
that you didn't have, by the way.
No, I didn't have. But I lived in the house with it extensively. I'm gonna give this an A.
Whoa!
well,
Okay.
Now,
Wow. Okay.
the reason why is very simple. It was the market leader. Well, not well. I don't want to say market leader, but because the Wii was such a juggernaut. But when it came to this compared to the PS3, like as much as it pains me to say it, this was the better console.
Wow.
I'm not gonna say it had better games because I still think.
Are you trolling?
No, I'm not. I'm not trolling. I still think the PS3 had better games, but the functionality of this console was something that the PS3 just couldn't handle, especially when it comes to the online. This was the pinnacle of online gaming, right here.
what does that mean now? What does that mean today?
Uh,
Ain't nobody going online anymore.
well, no, people go online. They just don't talk, or they're just talking to their friends. This was when shit talking was at its maximum. When you play Halo, when you play Call of Duty,
Oh my
like
god.
this was the amount of fun that I had with this console was immense. Was immense. Now again, not perfect, definitely not perfect. And I think some people overhype it, but I can't deny I can't deny the greatness that this console provided, from Halo to Forza to Gears,
Mhm.
and also like it was the console that really showed everyone that Microsoft was serious when it came to the console market. When it came to, they were able to get Final Fantasy, they were able to
Yes.
get Tekken. I remember, they were able to, they changed the game when it came to how developers looked at developing games. Because the way Sony used to do it was that make a console that's hard to develop for, so that I think I guess because it was so that it was harder to port to other consoles or something like that. There was a reason why Sony made their consoles harder to develop for. But with the Xbox, it was the complete opposite, and all the devs and publishers, they gravitated to the 360 because of how much easier it was to program for. And that, you can't, yeah, that's just how it is, man. So I give it an A.
All right.
All right.
All right. See, Frank, go
All
ahead, bro.
right. Um, so I never owned an Xbox 360, but
Oh.
I've played it many, many, many times.
Mhm.
The one thing that I will say when it came to the Xbox 360 was the hardware used and its capability of expansion was much easier than it was than the PS3.
Yeah.
Especially when it came to expanding memory. If you look at the picture of an Xbox 360 sitting vertically, there's this little hump on the top. That's the hard drive. If you wanted to upgrade it, you would literally go to the store, buy a new one,
Oh my
snap off the
gosh.
old one, snap on the new one,
Yeah.
done.
Easy.
With the
Yes.
PS3, you had to damn near crack the damn thing open, bust out a screwdriver and all this other stuff just to expand the memory.
Yeah.
Xbox made it easier to do that, right? And to piggyback off of what Javi was saying, the amount of shit talking that occurred online
God, I miss it so
thanks to an Xbox 360, the wireless headset or the headset
Mhm.
directly connected into the bottom of the controller, depending on how you wanted to do it, it really got that start on the 360. Going online on Halo, on Call of Duty, and you would sit there and talk shit to all hours of the morning
Yes.
with whoever was playing online, and that was the console people played. Like if you ever remember when people always complained, you know, what console they never got off of. They weren't saying, oh, they're playing the PlayStation to 3 in the morning. No, they're not playing the Wii to 3 in the morning. No, they're on that goddamn Xbox till 3 in the morning. That was always the complaint
Mhm.
because of its online capabilities. The fact that it was made by Microsoft only added to that. Was the fact that Microsoft is a computer company, so they deal in computer hardware, the internet, networking, and things like that. So for them to make a console, you knew it was going to be the one that was going to end up being on the forefront of online play, the forefront of ease of use and everything. The Xbox 360 was that console. And for me, like Javi, I put it at A
All right. Awesome. Awesome.
for
Okay.
those
So
reasons.
Yeah.
Now, it did have a great library of games. Don't get me
Yeah.
wrong.
Yeah.
yes.
It did have some great games, but what really made it stand out was its ability to be online, its connectivity to being online. It had more games that you could play online,
Mhm.
more multiplayer games that can be played online, and being part of this generation now, the 7th generation, it had one of the better wireless experience because you had the wireless controllers now Xbox and the PlayStation 3 with wireless controllers, as well as the Wii, which is also part of the same generation.
Yeah. Let's see what you got.
All right. So
Can you own this console?
yes, I own this console, and I believe I bought it. I think maybe 2 years. Or I can't remember if it was a year or 2 years after the console was released.
Mm-hmm.
And when I finally bought the console,
You did you have this before the Wii?
dude, that's a good question. I honestly can't remember, but I think I did. Yes. because remember the Wii was so hard to find.
Yeah.
The Wii was just too difficult to find, so I bought the Xbox 360 first. I bought the Xbox 360 first, and let me just. Oh wait, you guys can't see it yet.
Yeah.
Nope.
The Xbox 360 was a phenomenal console, and I honestly believe, man, where is it? Okay, I am going to give this an A.
Okay.
And
Okay.
the reason why that it's not an S, and I thought about this while the two of you were talking and making your piece. I was thinking about giving it an S because it actually is also one of my favorite consoles. But there was only one little, big colossal thing that happened why I did not give it an S, and it was because
The red ring of death, wasn't it?
Exactly. Now,
Red ring of death. I knew it.
the reason why I thought that I was going to put it on S was because I never experienced it. I never had to deal with the red ring of death. It didn't hurt me.
Thankfully.
Yeah, but but at the end of the day, though, I said, to be fair,
enough people were affected by it that it kind of like hurt the brand.
Correct.
Yeah.
And let me also add, a lot of the games that they had on there, because it came out first, it was just games after games, and I love the fact that they went after the Japanese market.
Mm-hmm.
They had, they had Blue Dragon on there. They had Lost Odyssey. They had the Final Fantasy games on there. They had Fable. They constantly had all these different RPGs in their library. And obviously, with Halo, which was a big deal. All the commercials for Halo, all the advertisement, being on Gatorade, being on Dorito chips, and
everywhere.
Yes, and Gears of War revolutionized gaming. That cover system was revolutionary. That they did. That cover system, the weapons that they had, the fact, and I don't remember any other game. I mean, had a chainsaw on your. That was so iconic that all the other guns that were available on that game, people didn't want them because they didn't have the chainsaw attachment into the rifles. Only the original one that you start up with, that's what people wanted. That's what I wanted to use at all times. That's the one that I wanted to use.
Mental note: players like chainsaws.
Yes, yes, that was a phenomenal game. I love the 360. It gets an A.
Okay.
Okie dokie.
All right. So next up is the PS3.
PlayStation 3.
Go ahead, have it go.
You want to go or you want me to go?
I was gonna go since I was still on the screen, but
there you go. No. By all means.
Yeah.
All right. All right. So
go ahead.
Let's see. PS3. Where is it? Where are you? Do you guys see it?
Yeah, you're looking at.
Oh, here it is.
There it is. You got it.
Which one? I'll take this one. All right.
The fat.
The PS3. Do I think it was a good console? Yes. There was a moment in time though where Heaven was probably with me. You probably don't remember this. I was going to return it.
Oh, you were. You never told me this.
You was with me when it happened.
I don't remember this.
You was with me. We was at Target.
Oh boy.
Mm-hmm.
I was trying to return it. They had a difficult time of, I guess, giving me the refund, and I said, you know what, forget it, and I took it back. I'm surprised you don't remember this.
No, I don't remember.
And the reason why I was about to return it was because I just did not have the same amount of fulfillment when it comes to the games. The only games that I really cared about was Metal Gear Solid 4. That was really the only game I cared about. Everything else was just like, okay, whatever. All other games, for example, like Jack and Dexter, Sony wasn't making anymore. Obviously, we no longer had Siphon Filter anymore. So I just said to myself, man, they're not making games for me. Sony's not making games for me. So I did not have the exact same fulfillment as the 360. 360 online was far superior. Yeah. I liked the 360's controller better. And when it comes to, chatting, with your friends, it couldn't compete in my opinion. So with all that being said, the PlayStation 3 gets a C.
Okay.
All right. Average.
Okay.
I can dig it.
Let me go ahead because this console, it coincided with my struggle in life, right? Because obviously the economic downturn happened, so I didn't have a job, and it was me and the PlayStation. We were both struggling, absolutely both struggling. I remember my cousin bought this thing. I think he bought it day one. Like he bought it, he was able to get it the first day. And remember, even though obviously the PlayStation struggled, like the first day, people were looking for them, right?
Mhm.
People were looking for them, and he was able to find one. $600. It was a console that you could tell right away that there were aspects of this console that was half baked, right? It did a lot of things that were revolutionary, but the stuff that made the Xbox 360 great, the PlayStation couldn't do. Right? The online was garbage. I remember the original PlayStation store was garbage. I remember when he bought Metal Gear Solid. That game took a day to download, to install on the system. It took a day. It took a day night cycle for it to complete. Right? There was just so much wrong with the console. The game, I don't think the games were as bad as people made it out to be, but the games weren't on the level of Gears or Halo. Right? They just weren't. When they dropped the price, that's when everything changed. And that's when everything changed for me. I got a job. I saved up. Steve knows this. I saved up.
It
Mhm.
and bro, he would get pissed off when his mom would ask him for money or your family member was asking for money.
It was always something.
Oh,
It was always
I
something.
the dedication this dude put in to get that console was just amazing. He saved every penny
Yeah.
to get that console.
There you
I
go,
was there.
man. You
Yes.
got to do it. You got to do
And
it.
trust me, it was inspiring to watch because if you want something, because he proved that if you want something bad enough, you work hard for it and you'll get it. And
That's what I did.
yeah, yes,
You got
yeah.
it.
And the thing is that even though like I almost decided to buy this, the problem was the red ring of death. I didn't want the console dying on me.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? That's really the main reason why I didn't buy this. Because if I had money earlier on, I probably would have bought this as well. My goal
Mhm.
was always to get this, but especially when it went down to 400. Now, when you look at the library of games, right? I still think that the library of games on this console was phenomenal, right? Uncharted, God of War, Killzone. I love Killzone.
Infamous.
Um, yeah, Infamous. Like I love those single player games. I do. So for me, I'm going to give this. Oh my bad. I'm gonna give this a C.
Whoa!
I'm gonna give it a C.
I'm
Okay.
shocked.
I'm
I'm
gonna give it a C.
shocked. Wow.
And the main reason why is even with all the issues that I can't ignore,
Hmm.
and even though the games are phenomenal, the controller was garbage. I didn't like the controller, and there was something else about it I didn't like. I can't remember off the top of my head. There was something else I didn't like about it. I'll think about it later. But yeah, yeah, I'm gonna give it a C because I think this is easily Sony's worst console, and I think that if it wasn't for the first party lineup, I think this console would be a D or F or a trash. The first party
Okay.
to me, its first party lineup is what I think solidified what PlayStation was all about. Because remember, like with PS2, PS1, they had first party games, but remember they also had exclusive rights to Tekken, to Grand Theft Auto,
Hmm.
Metal Gear for a little while. Like new Metal Gears always came, like Metal Gear Solid 4 only came out on the PS3.
Yeah.
Yeah, it only came out on the PS3. So it still had that, but since Microsoft kind of ate into their shares, to their
Hmm.
to the share, they had to really rely on their first party, like Naughty Dog and Sucker Punch and all of
Yeah,
them.
for
And
sure.
yeah, so I give him props for that. So I'll give PlayStation 3 a C.
Okay.
All right, Dark. What
All
you
right.
got?
My turn. So the PlayStation 3. I did own a PlayStation 3. So this isn't like I only played it. Like I actually owned one of these damn things.
Yes. Yeah.
Now, for me, it would have sat higher on my list if it wasn't for the initial price point.
Yeah.
that $600 price tag was definitely above and beyond what anybody else was asking for anything like it at the time or since, really. Also, the fact that they had so many different versions because they kept pulling stuff out. I remember that the original
Yeah, that's
PlayStation 3
right.
models
Right, yeah.
were backwards compatible with PlayStation 2 games. The reason being is that inside the PlayStation 3 was a fully functioning PlayStation 2.
Yeah.
That's how it could play the games.
Mm-hmm.
They removed it from a hardware emulation to software emulation, so it could still play the games, but not as good as, say, the PlayStation 2 did. And the entire time I'm thinking of this is, if the PlayStation 3 is such a superior console, why can't it play PlayStation 2 games? And then I read into it. The technology that they used specifically on the PlayStation 3 was so new that they couldn't get it to work with older software titles. And I'm like, why the hell would you do that? Like, a big contention is that you have this $600 console. People would sell their PS2s and PS2 game libraries, or some of them, to be able to have the money to get a PlayStation 3, still have their PS2 games, and then be able to play them again. And now you couldn't. I remember that the version I got was the first model to not have any kind of backwards compatibility at all. So it was literally that first one. It was also the first 80 gig version, which the original ones were 40 and 60 gig hard drives. I got the first 80 gig one.
Yeah.
And since then, they made the 120, the 160, or whatever.
Yeah.
But I think they had a 21 too, I think.
They had a $200 one. So it's like, it's a bit of a pain in the butt, really. So it would have sat higher on the list for me, but the reason why it's not lower on my list is because it did have those great first party games. You know, your Grand Theft Autos, the God of War 3, given that the first two went on PS2.
Yeah.
So it did have great titles. The online could have been a little bit better, but I mean, for what it was, it wasn't all too bad.
No, it wasn't bad, but it just didn't compare to the Xbox.
No, it did not. And that's why, while I put the 360 at A, I put the PlayStation 3 at B.
Oh, okay.
Okay. All right.
You know, for me, if that controller wasn't so, I did not like that DualShock 3 controller. I definitely didn't like it. If it was just if it wasn't for those two R2 and L2, I probably would have put it at B too.
I'm surprised because I remember you and I used to debate about that controller, and you were always defending it. You were such a huge advocate for that controller, but I'm glad you came to your senses.
Yeah. Okay. But all right, so the Wii.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go.
Here we go.
This is the one I camped out for.
I did the same thing. Yeah, I did the exact same thing.
Y'all two camped out for it, so go ahead.
Okay, so do you want to go first or you want me to go first?
Oh, you can go.
All right, so here we go. The Wii. So I got this day one.
How?
Because I camped out for it, like I said.
Oh my gosh, man.
I made the line first night, man. I was there the night before outside of a Target in line to get the Wii. So I had one,
man.
Day one. But I had this thing, and for the time and since then, it was definitely an innovation when it came to how you played games. The way the controllers were set up, the movement. One of the greatest things that they did with this particular console, and they didn't really do with others, is that they gave you a game right in a box. They gave you Wii Sports, brand new in a box, as with the purchase of the console. Xbox didn't have anything like it. PlayStation didn't have anything. In fact, they didn't start selling boxed versions of the console with games until later on in the console's life cycle. We did it from day one.
Yeah.
So you got a game right out of the box. Even if you didn't buy anything else, you got a game with little mini games inside, but it still allowed you to showcase the motion controls of the Wii. A big contention was, the controllers flying across the room, which, was a bit of a problem. You swing this thing around, it slips out of your hand, it hits into your TV. Well, there goes the TV and possibly the controller as well. And they weren't cheap. But it would have sat higher on my list for me if it wasn't for the fact that, again, it wasn't as powerful as the other consoles when it came to graphic usage and stuff like that. It wasn't there power wise. Gameplay wise, it was great because it got everybody involved. I remember this was one of the only consoles that everybody could get their hands on, get up and move around and actually do stuff. Where, if you bought a PlayStation, you bought an Xbox, really it was only for the younger generations, but we had older people up on their feet playing Wii bowling or Wii baseball or something, but it got them up and moving. And also the amount of additional controllers or things that they made, like the Wii balance board, the wheels that they had for Mario Kart. Like, they had so many things for this thing. All the controller attachments, like, there was so much that they could have done and they tried to do, but just, again, it couldn't compete with the popularity of your Xbox or even at the time the PlayStation 3. So for me, the Wii sits at B.
Okay.
Again, it would have been higher if it wasn't for the fact that, it's not a technologically superior console, but it was still fun to play for the time.
Okay.
Okay.
What about you, Steve?
All right. So for me, let me share it once again. I had to stay and camp out along with my brother as well. I did the exact same thing. We did it together. We were like either third or fourth, in line. I bought games for it. I was excited about it. And I was pretty much happy with a lot of the games. And I felt like with the whole nunchuck, I only bought it for specific games. Like, I didn't want to use it on Zelda. I didn't want to use it on what was the other one? There was like on Dragon Ball Z. I did not want to use it for Dragon Ball Z. Doing the whole Kamehameha motionally. I didn't want to waste my time doing that. I wanted to use the nunchuck motion controls for games like you mentioned, Wii Sports, or that workout game. Yeah, things of that nature. Graphically, it wasn't good. It was maybe a little bit more powerful than the GameCube. I'm not sure. I don't know how by much.
Yeah, it was very little.
Yeah, and that's what really, really, draw me back, because you saw the other two consoles that were far, far superior. So, for me, with all that being said, and I did like the other controls. I was happy that they brought back the classic controller. But the thing is, sometimes it would be too clunky because I think you had to attach it to the nunchuck, I believe.
Yeah, you did.
But
well, you had to attach it to the bottom of the Wiimote to then use the classic controller.
Yes, but I did like that it had 4 ports in it and it was backwards compatible to the GameCube. That's a plus. That's a plus. So because of those reasons, I was going to put it at C, but it's going to get a B.
All right, your first B console.
Yes. Yes.
All right.
What about you, man?
And make sure you be nice to the console, please. Be nice.
What?
You heard what I said.
Nah, we're not doing that. Listen, I'm not going to deny its impact. I'm not going to deny the relevance of the console. But
it still outsold both consoles.
That's cute. That's nice. That's nice. If it was sold, it would be an S. But everything else, that's a D. It's my first D.
Whoa.
Let me tell. I'm gonna be short and sweet with this.
Explain yourself.
I don't like the I don't like the motion controls. Not my thing. Never liked it. I think that the library is weaker than the GameCube. So I decided, you know what? Like, I'm good. I never ever wanted one. Never wanted to camp out to get one. Even when they were readily available, I didn't want one. Right? I don't. The main thing was the motion controls. I didn't care about that. and the online, it wasn't even on par with the PlayStations,
Mm-hmm.
let alone the Xbox. So that's out the way, and and just overall, I just didn't like the console, so it's a D.
Hmm.
I didn't like
All
it.
right.
It's a D.
Wow.
I can understand it.
Okay. I
The
mean,
only reason,
I think that's a little low, but okay.
the only reason why it's not an F, the only reason why it's not an F, is because the Xbox and the PlayStation validated the Wii by trying to copy it with motion controls, with that bullshit PlayStation Move shit that Sony did, and with Kinect. They
Well. Connect actually succeeded at least at that time, though,
still,
because they didn't really entirely try to emulate. Well, they
I,
did.
I get,
They
I know,
they
I get that. But when you do like deep dives into the Kinect, that thing was such a pile of crap. It wasn't even funny. Such a pile of crap. All it was just gimmicky bullshit. And the only difference is they didn't have anything to hold. You just did the stuff on your own.
yeah,
But
it was cool. It was different. That's why people wanted one.
yeah, I miss me with that. It's a D.
Okay.
It's a D.
All
All right.
right.
Before we get to the last console, like that, the last one won't take too long. But let me read some comments here. There are definitely some here. Let me see if I can find where we're at.
Yeah, you skipped a lot of comments, dude.
Yeah, I know. All right. So McKinley said, "Yeah, I'll give it PS2 and S, GameCube and A, Xbox a D." Okay, and then he talks about the whole stuff with
Red
the
Ring of Death, the
Red
Yellow
Ring.
Light of Death, which was on the PS3, and then the throwing nunchucks at the TV for the Wii, which I mentioned.
Yeah.
And
Well,
this one from Ruben is a bit controversial. I want to make an argument that there are several less iconic flight games that are better than Star Fox.
whoa.
Now I never played Star Fox, so I don't have any real attachment to it.
Honestly, Star Fox was the only flight game I ever played.
There you go.
There was no other. I didn't care about any other flight games.
There
I
were
didn't care
other
about-
ones that were good, but when it came to being like iconic, Star Fox was where it was at.
I mean, I know people were saying Ace Combat was good. I tried getting into it. I couldn't get into it, man.
Nah.
I couldn't get into it.
Okay, so Ruben also says Steve's Logic, Street Fighter 3, low because I suck, Xbox low because ring my console never gave me because the red
Oh.
ring didn't.
No. Hold on. I never
He's
said.
talking about the Red Ring.
I never said that the Street Fighter 3 was garbage. I never said that. Nor did I rank it low. It got an A. I gave it an A. The only reason what I said, and make sure you pay attention this time, what I said that out of all the Street Fighter games, Street Fighter 3 had the worst roster in the entire franchise. That's all I said. That's all I said.
Right.
And I cannot enjoy a game if you don't give me characters to play with. That's all.
Okay. He also said every Killzone was trash. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. So all right. Oh well, and FY based on my list, because I'll start with the PS4. On my tier list, I actually moved the PS3 to a B.
You moved it.
Yeah, I moved it to a B.
Why'd you do that?
I felt I was a little bit harsh on it.
Wow.
Like I said, my main thing is the game, right? Like, and I do like the games on the
Right.
PlayStation. So on the PS3. So
What about you,
that's why I did
Seafring? Any changes you want to make yet, or are you good
Uh,
with your decisions?
No, I'm good where mine's set at,
Okay.
for sure.
All right, so let me start with the PS4. Right?
All right, PS4. We got
PS4
2 more generations to go.
Yeah, no, like we're not doing like we're not doing PS5 and Xbox.
No.
They're
We,
not
we,
done
we
yet.
could do that.
Oh, so we're gonna do.
No, we could
Yeah.
do those.
No,
So
no,
Gen 8,
they're
we're gonna
not-
stop.
Yeah, because we don't know everything about the consoles yet. We don't know what they're gonna do yet.
It's been
There's
3
still-
years.
It's still going. It's still ongoing. You're telling me that these consoles are defined now? No, they're not.
Hell
defined.
yeah, they are.
Yeah, they are.
All right, y'all can rank it. I'm not gonna rank them.
All right, no problem.
You have them. What, this guy.
We can stay out of this one if you want, but all right,
This
let's
guy.
let's do Gen 8 real quick, and then me and Steve will hit Gen 9.
Okay.
All right.
All right. So PS4, Where's it at? I know it's just somewhere. I saw it. Let me see. Okay. No. Oh, where's the PS4 at? Oh, there it
Um,
is. I found it. I found it.
okay.
All right, the PlayStation 4. I bought this. When did I buy PS4? Okay, I did. I got this online. Got it from someone who was selling it online. From day one, I thought this console was phenomenal. So I'm gonna give it an A. It's a
Okay.
fantastic console. Like I said, great games. The controller was a giant improvement over the the DualShock 3.
Mm-hmm.
It was just Sony making a market correction on what they did with the PS3. All the
Mm-hmm.
mistakes that they learned from the PS3, they knocked it out of the park with the PS4. So I'm gonna give it an A. The only reason why I won't give it an S because I don't think that the library is at the level of the PS2 and the Super Nintendo, and that's mainly because of third party. I think third party games in general, these last couple of generations have been garbage. So that's the only reason why it's not an S. But this is a phenomenal console.
All right. So let me go
All right.
next.
Well,
So
I
for
mean,
me,
you never owned one.
yeah, but I played it enough. I played it enough at your place. I played it enough at Yoshi's. I played it enough at James' house. I played enough everywhere. All right.
Mhm.
So yeah, I played enough. Now, the PS4. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you?
Further down, you want Gen 8. Down one roll over to the right. There you go.
Here.
That's it.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Now, the PS4, this generation was one of the reasons why I decided to boycott that generation. It was because of the PlayStation and the Xbox. And with all the reasons, like I mentioned before, with the microtransactions, that you had to download the game, even though if you owned the physical copy, I hated that. This is not a PC. I hated the fact that you had to download games, even if you had the physical copy. I miss the old generations where you just pop in the disc and play. That's it. That's what I wanted back. And to me, I just felt like as years went on, we started to lose studios, and because we started to lose a lot of studios, we didn't have as much options like we used to have back in the day. We didn't have that many options. Um, so this console, I played enough. I was nothing really wowed me. Nothing really like um, fascinated me, to buy one. So I'm just going to give this a C.
Okay.
All right. What about you, Dark?
Well, actually, you know what? I'll give it a B.
You'll give it a B.
All
All
I'll
right.
give
right.
it a B.
Well, I never owned a PlayStation 4, but I played it quite a few times. I did
Mhm.
see what was available on it. But the thing is, like, I didn't see any really new innovations to come out of the PS4. Like, it felt more like a like not hardware wise. I'm talking about like like title wise. It felt more like a PS3 Plus.
Mhm.
Like it didn't really they didn't really come out with anything that really grasped me, that
Correct.
pulled me in, that wanted me to go out of my way to get one, and I
Yeah.
never did. So, and also the fact that, I mean, it was just something about it. Maybe it was a timing thing for me or whatever, but like I didn't feel any kind of gravitation toward the PlayStation 4. And that's why I put it at a C.
Mm.
It does have its one or two titles here and there. God of War 4, which, like I said, I bought on the PC.
Mhm.
That was probably the only game that I gave the PlayStation 4. And now that I am able to get it on the PC,
Mhm.
makes me even less inclined to get the PS4, even the PS5 at this point.
Yeah.
So that's why I put the PlayStation 4 at C.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. I actually missed a console, and probably I don't know if it was on purpose or whatever,
Yeah,
but
I know what you missed.
yeah, the Wii U.
The Wii U.
Yeah. All right. Let's. I'm not gonna beat around the bush here. We're gonna
Go
put.
ahead and put it where you're gonna put it.
We're gonna put
Here we
it.
go.
I figured as much.
Yeah.
I know
Um.
it. I know it's
And the only reason why it gets a D and not an F and not trash is because it does have good games on there. Like it to me, I think it is a step up from the Wii, even though I would argue that the library of the Wii U is worse than the Wii. At least it's a box. At least it's a traditional, more of a traditional controller. Where they fucked up with this is is the tablet. I guarantee you, if they had made this the Switch or made this like if the functionality of the tablet was similar to the Switch, it would have sold a lot more. It would have sold a lot more. The fact that this thing was so limiting to compared to other things in the market like tablets and stuff like that is something I don't understand what Nintendo I don't understand what Nintendo was thinking. Plus, the first party lineup on this console is not on the same level as as previous Nintendo consoles.
Mm-hmm.
It's not. So I think it's a D. It's lucky it's not trash. I would have put it trash. But like, I'm gonna give it a little break. I'm gonna give it a break because like I said, there are still good games on there. It's just a it's a missed opportunity by Nintendo.
Right.
okay. What about you, Safer?
And
All right.
also before you go, Steve,
Okay.
you want to know why I know the Wii U is not good? Because Steve don't have one. Steve has bought or has been interested in every Nintendo console that was ever made, except for the Wii
U. Yeah. I never bought the Wii U. I once I saw that the gaming library was since I'm talking, might as well go.
Yeah.
Since the gaming library, and what I told Having though, he disagreed with me, but I said when the console was launched, I said to myself, this seems to be one of the greatest launch of all time, but simultaneously the worst launch of all time.
Mm-hmm.
And let me explain. It had so many games that were coming out. But the thing is, if you had already owned the PlayStation, what was it? If you had owned the PlayStation 4 or an Xbox, you already owned those games already.
That's true.
You already owned those games. They were porting all these games in launch, which I gave them credit for. But this only benefited people who only had the Wii.
And those games did not look any better on that console than it did on the Xbox and PlayStation.
Nope.
Didn't.
Yeah. And they were I remember, I don't know if it was Reggie, but somebody said that the Wii U was superior to the Xbox 360 and the PS3, which is fine. But what about the PS4 and the Xbox and the Xbox One? If you can't compete with those and you're a next gen console, then what's the point?
Mm-hmm.
What's the point?
What's the point?
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. What is the point? And even with the games that I was interested in, like the Sonic Lost Worlds, I think it was Sonic Lost Worlds. I was interested in obviously the new Smash Brothers. I was interested in Mario, but we just didn't have enough. There was not enough games for me to go out there and purchase a Wii U. We didn't have enough games, and games that were released, I could already play on the 360.
Mm-hmm.
I could already play on the 360 already. So there was really no point for me to invest in the console on games that I could already play on the console I already have. So without that being said, where are you? All right, I guess I need your help again.
Down, first item, second to last row.
Okay, down. Oh, here it. Wait, that's the light. That's the switch.
Keep going down.
What the heck? Oh, keep going down.
Second to last row, first item, all the way to the left. All the way, up one row.
Oh, yeah, man. Yeah, I had a hard time seeing that. Okay, so yeah, this is going to be my very first D.
Okay.
Yeah, it actually has a D. Again, it had good quality games, yes, but it's just it wasn't enough.
Yeah, but as the generation went by, the lineup dried up significantly.
And I don't think it even it lasted almost the same length as the Dreamcast.
No, it lasted a little bit longer than that.
It did?
Yeah, a little bit
it
longer.
did.
Wow, okay. All right. Your turn, Steve.
All right, my turn. So, I actually have a Wii U. I'm looking at it right now.
You actually have one?
I have one. It's plugged in right over there.
Bro.
Man,
I was going to ask you if I could see it.
Give me a second.
All right, awesome. He actually have a Wii U. He actually spent money on a Wii U.
While he's going there, let me read some comments from Ruben.
Yeah, go ahead.
Ruben said the Wii library weaker than GameCube. This man is high. It is weaker. Oh wow! Look at it. That's it right there.
Wow, that's it right there.
I'm dead ass serious. If you could have the same functionality as the Switch when it came to that tablet, it would have sold more. Absolutely would have sold more.
So, as you see, I actually have it. My kids still play on it.
Wow.
So I will agree, it did not have the best lifespan, the best library of games. It definitely got outplayed everywhere it turned. It was not as well received when it first came out. If you were to talk to people now, different story. There's a lot of people, especially on like Reddit threads, that are trying to get their hands on Wii U's, mostly because it's really good when it comes to emulation. If you can hack it, it'll play everything you throw at it.
Oh wow, okay.
So and because it has that second screen, you could either play on the TV or switch it to a handheld mode and play with it on the go. I mean, not really on the go, but like anywhere within your house, really. Now, for me, I would have put it higher because I am kind of sort of a Nintendo fanboy, but I put it at a B.
Let me see. Oh,
I put it at a B, but the only reason I did not put it lower is because of the historical significance of the Wii U, at least when it comes to console gaming history in general. And this is the story. So when the Wii U launched, the president of Nintendo at the time was Satoru Iwata.
Yeah.
Okay, Satoru Iwata saw how poorly the console was doing and knew that they were not going to recoup the development funds that they put into the console. He knew they were not going to get it back. So he did what nobody else thought he would do and no one else has done since, is he took a personal pay cut to make sure that no one was fired because of the failure of the Wii U.
Wow.
Okay. He took a personal pay cut so that no one would lose their jobs because of that. And he personally apologized to everyone, especially everyone that, to us. He actually apologized to us, to the people that supported the company for many, many years, for how poorly the console did. It also holds a place in my heart for him specifically because he passed away damn near 10 years ago.
Yeah, it was 10 years ago, right? Yeah.
So,
wow.
Yeah.
It's been that long.
It's been that long since we lost the great Satoru Iwata, who started out as basically a garbage man at Nintendo and rose up to be the CEO.
That's pretty crazy.
He was a garbage man?
He started out not as a janitor at Nintendo of Japan.
What?
And he rose up through the ranks over many years to become CEO of Nintendo.
Wow. He just continues to move up in the company.
Yep.
Unbelievable.
He made it, and unfortunately with his passing, there was a loss at the company. And for me, that console is that representation of that legacy. And unfortunately, it's not a bright shining star as, say, some of the other consoles on here, but it's still good enough for what it did, for the games that it had available, and for the type of technology that it used. It did its job. Were there other stuff better? Of course.
Yeah.
But I still have it. It runs. The only thing it doesn't do is doesn't connect to the TV. The HDMI port's bad. But other than that, it works.
Okay.
So, and that's why I would put it at a B.
Okay. All right. Let me read some comments from Ruben. He said that you changed it to an A. Steve's exact words, my console didn't propose to me. I mean, Oh, no, he coming at you hard, bro. And then he has said air combat, ace combat goes in, and Galaxy's better than Star Fox.
I never played Galaxies.
I-
Um,
Randy's really into our friend Randy's really into
Ace
Ace
Combat.
combat. Yeah, yeah, that's
Yeah.
it. You said Movie Logic third party dropped the ball at Super Nintendo S tier. Well, I mean, third party was big on Nintendo, so yeah,
Back then.
yeah. But anyway, okay, so Xbox One. Let me go first. 'Cause I don't really have too much to say about it. Now, I bought the console. Right, I had it. I traded in. When did I trade it in? Oh, I traded in to get the Series S. With that said, I gave this console a try. I gave it a chance. I spent money on it, but I have to say, while the console does some good things, I have to give this. Where is it at? Xbox One.
Mm-hmm.
You're getting a D. Um,
Woo!
it has some good games on it, but
Woo!
when I look at the totality of the console, it's not as good as the PS4 in any area. Any area. It does a little bit better when it comes to online. That's it. That is it. Everything else, the PlayStation smokes it. The controller is better on the PS4. The games are better on PS4 by a lot. And it looks better. So
Mm-hmm.
it gets a D. Like it was just it you know they're doing their thing now when it comes to Game Pass and stuff like that. We have to see where it goes from there. But as a console, it's a D. And also the thing that pisses me off the most about it is because it has a DVR in it that sucks compared to the PS4.
Oh, it
Completely
sucks.
sucks. I can download. I think the most gameplay I can download is 5 minutes. That I can record is 5 minutes.
That's the longest you can record.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh!
The PS4 is 15. The PS4 is 15.
Wait, hold on.
Regardless of hard drive size?
Yeah, regardless. Yeah.
Wait, that's so small. Why
That's a
only
slap in
15
the
minutes?
face.
Why only
I-
15 minutes?
I don't understand.
Well, they both suck.
No, well, the PS5 HD DVR is a lot better.
But what's the point of implementing that feature if you're limited to the usage?
Well, look, when it comes to when it comes to the PS4, trust me, it's a shit ton better than Xbox. Not even close.
Wow.
Not even close. It's shit ton better. But yeah, the Xbox One, like I thought about getting rid of it. Thankfully, I did. I did that to get the S. It's a D. Like it's a D.
All
Okay.
right.
Yeah.
So I guess I'll go next.
Mhm.
The Xbox One S. Hoovy let me borrow it for a little while. I played it, even before then, but the issue that I had, with that console was here was one thing. Remember, I said in the Street Fighter ranking that Street Fighter 5 was the icing on the cake where I decided to boycott that generation. And when the PS4 and the Xbox came out, I was already started to lose interest in both consoles because I remember vividly how Microsoft was trying to force you to have Connect on your console. I didn't like that.
Yeah.
I didn't like that. And also when it was trying to implement their DRM garbage, I didn't like that either. To force you to remain online, I didn't like that. So there was already a huge disconnect with me and that generation. Street Fighter Five was the icing on the cake. When and all the stupid microtransactions and broken games and games not being completed, I just started to lose interest in gaming in general because of the constant disappointment that I was having since the generation had started. So with the Xbox Series, we're doing the Xbox One. Where is it?
Yeah.
Xbox One right here.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah. So that Xbox One, with all that being said, gets a D. My very first D.
Mm. Okay.
Okay. What about you, Doc? Did you?
Oh, and just so you all know, I decided to rank the Wii Mini. The reason why the Wii Mini gets a C and the original Wii gets a B was because they removed the ports, the
For the
GameCube ports.
GameCube, right?
Yes, that was a huge deal breaker for me.
Okay.
I had to lower it one grade, so
I
it
know.
got a C.
I never heard of the Wii Mini.
Oh, you didn't?
I
Yeah,
have.
that came out like at the very end of like the Wii life cycle. Is
Yes.
as they came out with the Wii Mini as their like slim version. It didn't really take off too well.
Hmm.
Nope.
Okay.
Anyway, so my
Did
turn.
you rank yours Wii Mini dark?
The Wii Mini, no, because I never messed around with it. I only had the regular Wii.
Okay. All right.
So for me, I've never had or played an Xbox One, but from what I've seen, from what I've experienced, like the PlayStation 4, I put it at a C simply because, like Sony with the PlayStation 4, Microsoft got themselves into this. Well, let's just make a better version of the same thing we had before.
Hmm.
No innovation, no new anything. It's just newer hardware, slightly better controller, and then just sequels or remakes of past titles that sold very well. And that was really it. So for me, I wouldn't say it's trash. I wouldn't even put it at a D, but it definitely would put it as an average console. Like it didn't excite me. It didn't want to bring me in, but it also didn't completely turn me off. It just meh,
You're just there.
just left me right in the middle. Just meh.
So
C.
it gets a C.
I guess a C.
We haven't seen your list for quite some time.
Do you want to? All right, I'll show you mine.
Yeah.
Before we do, let me while you get yours ready, let me rank the Switch real quick because the Switch has been out long enough to where I can
But you
I can
can.
rank this.
Okay.
Yeah, I can rank this.
But you don't want to rank the other two.
No, because I feel like there's still stuff that needs to be done before I can rank it. But when it comes to the Switch,
I don't know what else they can do at this point.
Right. There's no other upgrade or added features they're going to put in
no, I
or
feel like
implement.
I feel like the best games aren't even out on those consoles yet. I feel like this console hasn't reached its potential. I think the Switch is at a level to where I feel like I can judge it, and I'm
Okay.
going to give it a C.
What?
Now, here's the thing.
It
I like-
succeeded where the Wii U didn't.
Yes. And where do I have the Wii? I have it at D. Okay, good. 'Cause I don't want to rank the Switch.
If
lower
it
than
succeeded
the-
where the Wii U did it, having it as an average
Yeah, no,
console
and-
doesn't
and
make any sense.
Well, I don't like the clickable nature of the controller. I don't like of the control. I don't like that. And I think the online is still subpar. I think there's other aspects of like the library. To be honest with you, the library of this console is the saving grace of it to me because this is not when it comes to Nintendo. This is not what I want. I want a set top box. It doesn't have to be as powerful as the other two. The games have to be compelling, and I think for the most part, the games are compelling on it. The problem is everything else. This little thing right here, the controller with the thing right here, I don't like that. The gamepad is fine, but I can't. But when it comes to Smash, I can only use the GameCube controller for Smash. So it's like
Or the Pro controller, right?
yeah, like but the Pro controller is I like the Pro controller, but yeah, I give it a C. Like I said, I don't completely hate it. But it's not what I want from Nintendo.
All right. Go
Right.
ahead, Dark.
All right. So where are we right now? We're already on to Gen 9.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're on Gen 9. Okay, so what do I start? Well, since you went with the Switch, I'll go ahead and do the Switch as well. So I have a Switch. Like I said, I have a Switch OLED. I absolutely love this thing. Me and my kids each have their own Switch.
Wow.
My oldest son has a first gen, and my youngest son has a light. I gotta tell you, game wise, it's the same great stuff you expect from Nintendo, those first party titles, but you now have it at which is now both a home console and a handheld at the same time.
Mhm.
And at the end of the day, you got to go home to play your PlayStation 5. You got to go home to play your Series X. Your Switch goes with you. It's really, really, really flipping hard to beat that, especially when you have such great games. Not only the first party titles, but also the third party titles that are on it. They're just great. I own all the Zelda games that are available for it right now. I also own Metroid Dread, which if you haven't played that,
Yeah, I played it.
okay, cool. So it's pretty much the same of Dark Souls, but for Metroid because it's fucking hard.
Yeah.
Um, what else? I own a couple other titles. I also bought some digital titles as well, which is great because you can mix and match the two. Um, it's nice to have a console that I can take what is essentially a home console with me everywhere I go. That's the Switch. The fact that I can switch out the controllers, essentially customizing it any which way I'd like. I do own a Pro controller as well for that one because you got to have one. Love that Mario Rayman. Yes, that is a great title. So, but at the same time, there are some there were some shortcomings when it comes to the Switch for me. One is the Joy Cons are a little on the small side. Again, giant hands.
Yeah.
The Joy Cons feel small. They feel like I feel like I'm gonna break the damn things. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Thankfully, I'm not
Those things,
swinging them around like the
those
Wii
things
U.
aren't cheap, and those things are not cheap.
They are not cheap because they only sell them as a pair, not even single ones.
Yeah.
You can only buy them as a set. Um, the battery life can be much better, but given the fact that it has to push a home console experience on the go, I can kind of let it slide, but not too far, and that's why I gave the Switch a B.
Okay.
Oh, so you couldn't give it an A or an S because the controllers was a huge setback.
The size of the controllers were a setback for me anyway, and that's why one of the first things I did is I bought that Pro controller because again, big hands, small Joy Cons. If like I feel just trying to hit the little buttons with my big ass thumbs, I end up pressing two or three of them at the same time. And the joysticks, although they're really good, recently, if you've heard, Joy-Con drift
Oh yeah.
is a big thing that they have yet to find a actual cause and permanent fix for. In fact, if you do suffer from Joy-Con drift, and you're basically sending them your Joy-Cons and they're sending you brand new ones. That's basically it. They're not repairing anything.
Yeah.
They're just sending you brand new Joy-Cons. So that's why it's not higher on my tier list because although it's a great console, it still has these shortcomings that still, they still don't put the console where it should be much higher on the tier list. Now to answer to Ruben here, talking about Splatoon, all three Splatoons. My sons play Splatoon. They enjoy it. It's a great game. Don't get me wrong. Great colors, great use of that kind of like PvP arena type of play. But I will tell you that other than that, it's great. It's just it would be much higher if it wasn't for those few but glaring shortcomings.
All right, Steve. What about you?
Well, this out of all the consoles, I think this one was the hardest one for me. So I'm glad that we're doing it, this late. It's very difficult to choose where I want to put this thing because I completely forgot about the drift situation. And the reason why I forgot about the drift is because I really never used it. I never really used the like right here, like this the one that you're talking about, Secret.
That's what I got. That same one right there, the white Switch OLED.
Yes, and
It looks nice.
yeah.
It's
It
beautiful.
looks. Yeah, I think it's the way it looks is fantastic. The thing is for me though, I never really gave them a shot because I automatically just bought the Pro controller, and there were other controllers that I decided to buy. With I completely forgot that wait a minute, I could use these guys over here. But the
Hmm.
thing is, the buttons were I didn't mind the controller itself. To me, the buttons was just too small.
Yeah,
Those
I mean,
buttons,
like if you look at it right there in this commercial you're
yeah,
playing, like traditionally a woman's hands are smaller than a man, so it looks huge in her hands.
Yeah.
But if you
correct.
were to put that same Switch OLED in my hands, it would look like it would look like I was just holding an oversized cell phone for me.
Yes,
And
yes,
that's where you start to get that awkwardness. Your thumbs sliding between the buttons and the joysticks. You could accidentally press two or three of those things at the same time easily.
exactly.
And
And
and that's what threw me
yes,
off.
and these two buttons here, oh my gosh, too small, freaking too small.
Hmm.
These two, and I believe some people had used the argument. Well, you have to remember you got to use kids. It's also catered to kids, not
Of
just adults.
course.
And the thing is, look, I can't comprehend that fully, but let's be frank here. When we had the PS2 controllers, the PS3 controllers, the Xbox 360 controllers, I think kids and adults can use those controllers,
Yes.
right? Am I right with that movie?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Whether if it was the PS3, the PS4, the Xbox One X, universally anybody could use them, whether if you are a kid or if you are an adult. So I
Right.
think I think Nintendo completely missed the mark when it came to their Joy-Con controller. And I
Yeah, they could have
and
done a little bit better with that.
yes, and I love the advertisement that they constantly played where they will say it's on the go. For me, like the same way I felt about the Vita, I never really cared about playing big titles, triple A titles on the go because I always like to feel immersed when I play those games. So I always prefer to play those games on a
Yeah. Like
television screen.
this, I don't know how anyone can play games
No,
like that.
let me go back. Let me go back. You talking
With
about
those
here?
Yeah, with the Joy-Cons like that. How the hell do you play games like that?
There's actually a controller attachment that slides onto those to those exposed sides that raises up like the L and R buttons that
Mhm.
would be if you were to hold the Joy-Con sideways like that. But the thing is, like again, most people don't travel with a whole kit with those little covers, extra Joy-Cons, and all this stuff. I do because
Yes.
I bought a special case for the damn thing
Mhm.
so I can take it with me along with my Pro controller, extra cables, and all that
For
stuff.
me,
But
I'm just talking about the size of it. The size of it, I don't know how I can get my fingers
it's
to.
very, very difficult. Like I've tried playing
Yes.
Smash like that with the
Oh my
with the
god!
Joy-Con sideways, and it's possible, but you're definitely not bringing your A game when you're playing with the Joy-Cons to the side like that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I felt I feel that Nintendo really missed the mark. They could have increased the size just a bit more, so that way nobody would be able to complain. I see games like this. I wouldn't mind playing games like this on the go. I wouldn't mind playing, some of the mini games or the games that were on available on handhelds on the 3DS. I wouldn't mind playing, some of those games, but like
Right.
I would never want to play. For just as an example, I would never want to play, a Resident Evil game on the go. Like if like when Havino had the PSP and he told me about Metal Gear, as as big of a Metal Gear fan I am, I would prefer to play AAA titles on the big screen than on a small handheld device. That's just
Right.
me. That's just me. So I wasn't always really this big hype about having games on the go if it was a triple A title. Small mini games, indie games, sure, I could definitely play on the go, but not triple A titles.
Yeah.
I love all the games. This game right here, phenomenal. I love
Smash
Smash.
Brothers Ultimate.
Yes, love Smash Brothers.
I
And
got that one as well.
let me tell you, Stephen. I mean, you got to partake, man, because we would play a Smash Brothers together, and even having the hater of Nintendo that he is, even he is starting to enjoy the game more.
Well, I the thing is that Smash Brothers as a game series does that to people because it's not your traditional Nintendo game. It's not. Yeah, it has
Yes.
Nintendo characters. You got your Mario, your Zelda. You got these characters in there that are traditional in other titles, but now you
Yes.
have them on the screen basically kicking the crap out of each other. And you can't really ever go wrong with a good fighting game, and Smash Brothers is that fighting game.
Right. Yeah. So I'm not, so it's very difficult to choose where I'm going to put this thing, but I know I have to make a decision now.
Yeah, you do.
Um uh it's a great console. Man, this is hard. It's a great console, but I think I'm gonna have to give it an A.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Not surprised. It's not surprised. All right, you guys. Like, you guys
So
can
now
talk.
it's our turn for the remaining two, right?
Yeah. But
All
let
right,
me,
so
let me go. Let me go use the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. All right.
No problem.
we were in 4 hours. So
Yeah, it's about that time.
yeah, man, it is. So that's why I'm glad we started early instead of like at 7 or at 8.
Yeah,
If we
exactly.
started late, man, because even just although I'm enjoying myself, bro, it's getting
No.
late, and
It's
I need,
getting late.
yes, it's getting really late. You have to work in the morning, don't you?
Oh yeah, I need to be at work at 7 a.m.
Okay. So yeah, you need.
Yeah, but
So
I'll be fine. I'm used to not sleeping anyway, so.
oh, okay. So how many kids do you have? 3?
Dois.
Oh, a
I
boy
got
and a
2.
girl.
No, 2 boys.
Or 2 boys.
Yeah, my first one is my carbon copy. I basically said control, paste. Control, copy, control, paste. That's basically my oldest son.
Oh man, how old is he?
He is 10 going on 11 next year, and then the youngest
Wow,
one turned 9 in January. So yeah,
wow, dude.
two big kids, but lone to death,
Wow. Okay, so until Hoovy gets back, you're not interested in getting the PS5 or the Xbox, no?
Not even a little bit. And when I get to my turn, I'll be able to drop everything I
Okay,
think about
okay.
both consoles in one shot.
Wow.
Yeah,
Okay,
I have.
okay.
The thing is, like, once I went over to PC gaming, unless it's an innovative console like the Switch, I have no interest in home consoles anymore
Right.
because everything's coming out on the PC, bro. Unfortunately,
Yes.
that's the case. And remember, I told you earlier when Spider-Man dropped, they have the code in the game already showing that Sony is making a PC launcher for PlayStation games to be released on PC. So
So are they gonna have their first party games on PC?
They
yeah,
already do. They
they
already
already
do.
do.
It
No,
just
no,
I.
no. I mean like
God of
day one.
War, God of War is out on PC. It was one of the first titles to drop. I got it. Spider-Man just came out. A bunch of others are going to come out soon enough. And then once their own launcher comes out, bro, it's going to explode. We're going to see so many titles that were, first party PlayStation titles are going to drop on PC. And eventually everyone's going to have to bite the bullet. Even Ruben knows Steam above all.
Yeah. Okay.
Steam powered all day. That's where I run, is right there.
Uh,
So
yeah,
no-
and the only thing that he's gonna have to take back is saying, "Oh, he hates Smash." No, the reason why he hates Smash is because you're not good at Smash. That's why. You're there. There's absolutely no way. If Heaven now could actually play Smash and like Smash, you can like Smash, Ruben. You can like Smash. I don't want to hear it. All right, so Dark. If you want, you could just
all
do
right.
the
So
both
I'm gonna go
consoles.
ahead 2 for
Yeah.
Xbox Series X and the PlayStation 5. I dropped them both at C.
Oh,
Now
you think we could? Oh wow, can I see
yeah,
it?
yeah.
Wow.
I'll show you my full thing. This is done. Let me pick second screen, share.
Yeah.
So just give it a second to load up. There you go. So there they are, right there.
Let me look
Xbox
at
Series
that.
S and PlayStation 5 right next to each other.
Wow.
The thing is that like the PlayStation 4 and the Xbox One, there's nothing innovative, bro. There's nothing new. There's nothing to grab my attention. Yeah, the Xbox has this weird, kooky little look. They came out with that stupid refrigerator.
Yeah, I saw that.
which is neat and all, but it fits like what, a single can, maybe two if you get small ones. So it was more of a gimmick than anything else. These consoles, although hardware wise they're superior to, to previous generations, and yes, they do have great titles, but they're not pushing any envelopes, not like how Nintendo did with the Switch, where it's almost a complete disregard to what the Wii U was. The Switch is a home console you can literally take with you. These two, it's the PlayStation 5 is basically the PlayStation 4 Plus. The Xbox Series X is an Xbox One on steroids. But again, not pushing any envelopes. They're not bringing anything new to the table. They're basically sticking with the tried and true formula, which has worked for them so far. And I think going into the future, they're still going to have a market for home consoles, especially when it comes to the Xbox and PlayStation, because not everybody can get into PC gaming. And I fully understand that. I really do. As somebody who mainly games on PC, that's why you see it up here at the S level for me.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day,
I noticed that.
Exactly. Not everybody's going to be able to get into it, especially nowadays. If you look at the prices of graphics cards, thanks to Bitcoin miners, the price of graphics card has shot through the roof. So it makes buying a PC for gaming use anyway very difficult or out of the price point for a lot of people. You thought the $600 for a PlayStation 3 back in the day was too much. Imagine dropping $1,300, $1,400, $1,500 on an entry level PC.
Yeah, but the trade off to that is that the games are cheaper.
And that is a bit of a trade off, especially if you know where to look. There's a place that I go to regularly called humblebundle.com.
Yeah.
Humble. All right, so we'll go ahead and let this load up, but this is it right here. So I use this place specifically for this, the bundles. You go here and you can pick up bundles of games, not just like one title or two, but a whole bundle of games for a singular price.
Yeah.
Like, look at this one. 7 games, $180 value. To get everything, you'll probably pay $25-$30. Maybe
Are
at
you
most
kidding me?
40.
Crazy.
Nope.
Are you serious?
Not at all.
There's no way.
Look at there. And this is for the VR. So this isn't for like a console or for a PC. This is for your VR headset. So you're picking up major titles, in some cases major titles, for pennies on the dollar. And that money actually goes to see, Ruben knows.
Yeah,
Humble Bundle, GOG, these are places that I frequent where you can pick up PC games dirt cheap is what I'm talking about. Sometimes even free. You just got to be willing to do a little bit of searching, pay attention to posts from certain places. Occasionally you'll find something on Facebook. IGN might post an article here and there where they're saying, oh, this particular game is free for 24 hours. If you pick it up within that time frame, you keep it forever. There's been game like my Steam list, if I could bring it up right here, is ridiculous. Like, hold on. Let me actually bring it up so you can see what kind of damage you're looking at here. So these are just the games I have installed right now. My actual library sits at 1,012 games.
Holy crap.
Wow.
These are all PC games permanently attached to my Steam account.
Ralphie has. Because when I go to PC gaming eventually, I'm sharing a library with a friend of mine, and we're like, I'm gonna have like about 700 games already available.
There you go. And a lot of these things you can pick up for free. You buy them pennies on the dollar. Some of them are part of those bundles on Humble Bundle, and this is where you find these games. You can pick up great stuff. Like, look, Cyberpunk 2077.
Don't show me that game, man.
Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3. I have Elden Ring. I have Deus Ex. I have all the Dooms.
Oh, Dooms, yeah.
Like literally all of them. So, and this is all stuff that's available always, no
That's
matter
awesome.
where I sign into my Steam account. These games are ready for me everywhere I go, anytime I go. And that's why PC game is always going to be top tier. If I could put it higher than S, I would.
Right.
Because at the end of the day, every game you've ever played started out being made on a PC.
Yeah.
They were developed here first and then programmed to function on a console.
Nice.
And
Very
again,
nice.
going back to ninth generation Xbox and PlayStation 5, again, average. They're not pushing any envelopes. They're not wowing anybody with this stuff. That's all it is. The only reason people want it is because they were scarce. And now the price of the PlayStation 5 shot up. Forget it. I'm even less inclined now.
We actually talked about that. We talked about that in the podcast on Monday. Yeah, we talked about that. Sony increased the price. Unbelievable.
Yeah, it hurts. It really does. But at the end of the day, like, yeah, it's a huge initial investment when it comes to moving to PC gaming, but the longevity is there. The access is there. It can't be beat. Said this guy, a Ruben, rated G for Lord Gaben. All hail Lord Gaben. That's Gabe Newell. He's the CEO of Valve, which made Half-Life, and they're also the same company that made Steam, as you saw there, which they've been around since the 90s. Steam has been around that long.
Wow, man.
Yeah.
Steam.
Steam.
Good stuff. All right, yeah, good stuff, man.
All
Good
right,
stuff.
man.
All
All
right,
hail
so
Lord Gaben. That's right there. He wrote it.
so let me do mine's real quick.
Yeah.
Mine's gonna be a little
Yeah, let
short
me
and
stop
sweet.
sharing here.
We're okay. So I'm gonna do something a little bit different than you, Dark. I'm gonna do something a little bit different, and I have to do it, and I will explain why.
Do
So
it.
the PlayStation 5, for now, it gets a B, and the Xbox One Series X, like you, well, similar. This one also gets a B. Now, the
Okay.
reason why I say I'm going to do something different is because there's going to be a little bit of bias here, and this is one of the reasons why I am just I'm getting a little fed up, but I'm still holding on to hope that I will invest on these two consoles eventually. But the reason why I say I'm going to do something a little bit different is because I'm going to rank the other two consoles. I'm going
What
to
other
rank
two?
the other one, the Xbox Series S, which is this.
The S versus the X.
Yes.
I mean, I would put it on C for myself as well, because the only difference is is hardware versus software. That's it.
Correct. And which is why it gets a D. I'm giving that one a D. And I'm also going wait, this the PS5 have a different version? Yeah, they do.
It's digital. It's the same. It's the same, but just one is digital, one is both.
Yeah, but physically they're pretty
Uh,
much the same. It's still
Yeah,
a PS5.
yeah.
I don't think it's here.
Yeah,
No,
it's not
it's
going to
the
be on
same.
the list.
Yeah, because they're literally the same console.
Okay, they're the same. Okay,
One
they're the
one
same console.
yeah,
It's
but
just
just
one
one
is
has
missing the
the
disc tray.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So the Xbox Series S gets a C because I did find out that it was the weaker console
Mm-hmm.
and it's only supports digital. I
Right.
am sick and tired of things being 100% digital. Now, I may be old school, but when it
That's
comes to
exactly what
games, when it comes to games, when it comes to movies, and when it comes to comics, like I mentioned, like I said to you earlier, Seafing, I also collect comics,
Mm-hmm.
right? And I had this discussion with my other friends where I said, listen, I understand the convenience, but there's just nothing better than to actually have a comic book in your hand, flipping the pages, being in awe. I prefer physical stuff than digital. I will always be an advocate for that. Always. And the fact that this is a much weaker console and it is only digital, you don't even have the option to have a physical copy, I'm giving it a D. Straight down,
Mm-hmm.
two grades down, it gets a D. But as far as the original PS5 and Xbox Series X, like I said before, we talked about this in Gamescom. I've always said many times over the years that I want new IPs. I want new stuff. I want new stuff. I want
Hmm.
new stuff. So, with games like Dune, um, um, Cholesterol Protocol, looking forward to that game. Hellcat, looking forward to that game. There are so many different new IPs that's coming out that I'm holding on to hope. And Dark and Gotham Knights. I'm a
Hmm.
huge DC fan. Love DC. I don't know if you are a DC fan also, but I love DC.
I have the
And
whole Arkham series on my Steam account. I love
okay,
Batman.
okay, awesome. Yeah,
All of them.
do you
Great
buy
stuff.
do you buy their comics too?
I wish I could, man, but I'm
Oh,
in no
okay.
position right now to get comic books or even have them here with me at the moment. Maybe
I got you. I
once I
got you.
fix my living situation, then it'll be a whole different story.
Okay, okay. Yeah, no problem. If you ever want to borrow some, I got you because they're phenomenal.
Ruben's
Um,
like Knights is going to disappoint you. Still gonna buy.
so so the Xbox and and the PS5 both get to be Series X, S, D.
D. Oh,
All
I
right.
completely understand it. I understand the whole trepidation when it comes to the only digital consoles, when it comes to home consoles. But I promise you, like whenever that time comes, whether it's sooner or later for you, it's different for all of us. When you make that that switch to PC, because I know it's going to happen. It will happen, just maybe sooner, maybe later, but eventually it will. You will see that when it comes to PC gaming, a digital only library like Steam, like the Epic Game Store, or like the future a PlayStation one, which will come out eventually.
Mm-hmm.
It gives you an access, a level of access to your games that having physical copies will never allow you to have. It's nice to have a box with a disc in it and all that stuff. It's great if you have like shelf space and
Yes.
all that stuff, but like eventually older games, you put them away, they collect dust, they sit in a box in a closet or something somewhere. But when you have digital only library like Steam, you can have thousands of games. All you got to do is just click, download, install, and they're ready to play just as if you had bought them that same day. There's nothing beats that.
Right.
You really can't. And eventually you will be where I am now, where PC gaming is your go-to. I mean, if you can see it right here in the background. I bought this. You can see it right there.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
That's a
I have
red
the same.
PlayStation 5 controller.
I have the
Right.
same one.
Okay. I love this thing.
Yeah.
Okay. It is great. It is very responsive, but I don't own a PlayStation 5 because I use this on my PC, if you can
Right.
believe it.
Yes.
So I even have a specialized dock right here
Oh,
to
that's
charge it
yeah. Because
specifically because there are some games that you play on PC and it just not that they don't play as well with a keyboard and mouse, but they're better designed to use a controller. Like a recent one that came out not too long ago, Stray. If you guys have heard of that
yeah,
one,
the cat,
Stray,
the cat game.
where you play as a cat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that
When
cat
the
game. Yeah.
It's great. If you haven't played it, it's fantastic. It's very
Man,
short,
I thought
but
it
it's
was
great.
very. You really think is really that good?
I loved it.
Wow.
I played
Okay.
it. The game is extremely short. I beat it in less than 5 hours. But those 5 hours were the most entertaining 5 hours I've ever had playing as a cat.
Wow. Okay.
And look, Ruben agrees. Stray is my ish.
Mhm.
Now, the one thing that Ruben said that's funny, he said Knights is going to disappoint you, still gonna buy. If you're talking about Gotham Knights, what's funny, I actually said that in the last podcast when we was talking about Gamescom. I said I am so worried about this game because I'm a huge DC fan. If you notice, Dark, I have my Superman background right there.
I see
You
it.
could see it. Yeah,
Very nice.
yeah,
Classic.
my Superman. Obviously, with my flag, and right here is
X-Men.
my is my X. So I'm a huge DC Marvel fan. So when it comes to Dark Knights, Gotham Knights, I am worried. I'm so petrified that the game's not going to be good.
Yeah.
I am worried.
Yeah, he's saying the exact same thing that that trepidation again, because it's such a disconnect from the regular Arkham series. It's just going to be, I don't know, like, you know what I mean? Like you're holding out hope that it's going to be great, but at the
Yes.
same time, you're still like holding back, like, because I'm not entirely sure. You're not entirely sure that this is
Right.
going to be some great next thing, and like, God forbid it drops and it ends up being absolute dog water.
Yes.
Which is what you don't want.
Right.
But
Because trust
only
me,
time will tell at this point.
I've been disappointed so many times left and right. And who we will tell you, we talked about it with Street Fighter Five. We talked about it in Cyberpunk. And that's why I said, "Oh, get rid of that Cyberpunk,"
Hey,
when you were showing it to us.
not for nothing. I played Cyberpunk from beginning to end, and it was actually very good. Like,
Well,
I thought,
Wait,
I thought it was
really?
going to be. I
Whoa!
thought it was going to be like a complete trash fest. Nothing was going to work. The game was going to be unplayable. Like, but I actually played through it from beginning to end, and I was not overly disappointed.
no, because like the major issue, the major issue was on console. It was on console.
That's why, because I play on
Yeah.
PC and we don't
Yes.
get those
Oh, that's
issues.
right.
And the
That's
PC,
right.
like it had some, but it definitely wasn't what was going on console. Mind you, it was on PS4 and Xbox One.
Yes.
Well, if you like, go ahead and check out my my live stream channel, definitely on YouTube, because that's where the videos get saved for the longest. But I live streamed Cyberpunk 2077.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I did. I played
Okay.
it on PC. I did have a little bit of graphical issue at first, but that was something on my end, not really the game's fault. But definitely check it out on my channel. I also play, like I said, I played Super Mario 64. I played that on PC. I played Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time on PC.
Okay.
So I play games every then. I'm starting to get into Fortnite, which, if you can believe that. I've started playing that online. Again, having technical issues at the moment, but once I get those fixed, I'll be back to streaming online.
Okay. Well, on that note, we do gotta get out of here. It's been.
Oh yeah, it's getting late.
Yeah, it's getting late. But anyways,
Before you quickly Dark, can you go to the private chat and put your YouTube channel or and your Twitter or and whatever, so I could
just go to. It should be on your right side.
Yeah. I already see it. The private chat. I'm gonna type it in right now.
Okay.
Yeah, because I already got you on IG, but Twitter will be cool. If you have a Twitter account, that'll be cool. And if you have a Twitch account and YouTube, that'll be awesome, man. And
but shout out your channel and stuff like that as we get.
Shout out to your channel. Also.
For anybody that's watching and listening, you can follow along me, BHCxDark. That is my name on Twitch, Twitter, Steam, Trovo, TikTok, Instagram, and you can follow along specifically on YouTube and Facebook at the Black Hood Crew.
Okay.
So if you search Hood Crew, okay.
Black Hood Crew, that's me. So you can follow along at both of those on YouTube and Facebook, and then my name's directly on everything else.
All right, yeah. So, and if you guys think that was a huge earful, just pause it, rewind it a little bit, and then so you hear exactly what he said. Okay, yeah, I see it. So the Black Hood Crew
on YouTube and Facebook.
And
then my name exactly as it is on here. Yes. On Twitch, Twitter, Steam, and Trovo.
Got it. What's Trovo?
Trovo is something similar to like Twitch, but it's like a different avenue. Like here and there, I've been looking around. See, Ruben was able to find it. So, yeah, I'm not that hard to find. I'm on there, so you can definitely check it out. Once I have my issues with my hardware here sorted out, I will be back online, and I'm not just playing one game. I play different things. I also stream from my truck through my phone. So I'm always on my phone as well. So message me. I also have a Discord. The link for that is on the channels everywhere you find it.
Okay. All right. So, yeah, it looks like he found you. So that's awesome.
Absolutely.
Yes. Good stuff.
All right. So just want to give a shout out. Ruben, thank you for watching. Let me see who else watched. McKinley,
Man, the battle with you, my brother, man. That's I love it.
Hey, boy, gonna learn
Oh
today.
man, he's gonna
Andrew,
learn.
thank you for watching. Malta, I want to thank Malta for joining. I know he had to leave early, but
Not a problem, man.
thank
Yes, no
him
problem.
for joining and watching. F, thank you for watching.
Yes, F.
And
Yeah.
I
Thank
think
you
Greg,
for
you
having
missed
me here.
somebody.
yeah,
Did you
absolutely,
get?
man. Thank you for being on with us, man. Like it was fun. It was fun.
Yeah, I think you're
Absolutely.
missing. I think you miss Andrew.
No, I said Andrew. I shout out to Andrew.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
You missed somebody? Oh, you missed Rimsey Midor.
yeah,
Wish
yeah,
me.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, Rimsey. Yes. Okay.
Yeah. So
All
yeah,
right.
so thank you guys for watching. I know it's long, but you know, like I said, when we're talking about consoles and stuff like that, it just had to be. It had to be.
Absolutely.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. It had to be Jonathan. Man, it's so cool to catch up with you, man. I'm glad that things has been going well for you.
For sure. For sure.
I know it's been like such a long time, and we only would just chat on IG and stuff. But I always consider you, as a friend, deep down, and I really hope you can join us again. And definitely
Absolutely.
will love it.
You
Yeah.
let me know when's the next time or whenever we do the handheld consoles. I'm ready
Oh
for
yes,
I'm ready for that fight
dude.
too.
You get ready for this one, man. It's gonna be a big controversy with that.
For sure, for
Big
sure.
controversy. So everybody that's watching, yeah, please stay tuned. We will have a handheld, and we are planning on having a couple other games out there, like Tekken, for example. But that's a little down the line. But we do have great things in store for you. And Jonathan, aka Dark, will be joining us again. So hey, thank you all for watching. I appreciate you. You guys are great. This is the Traditionalist 101 signing out. And have a good one.
Yeah.
Dale.
So yeah. So pretty much like everything what Steve said. Thank you, Dark, for joining us, man. I thought it was a great podcast, man. This is great stuff. We'll do our regular stuff on Monday. But on that note, thank you guys for watching. Who won 86? We out.